which we're going to cover that in topic tonight. But we'll open conversation. It'll be open chat, open to co-hosting, folks. Again, we keep this very positive. Let me create a couple giveaways for you guys real quick. Again, I do follow all state and federal regulations pertaining to giveaways. No purchase necessary. If you ever have any questions, concerns about my giveaways, it is posted in my profile. You can just copy and paste that into any web browser and it'll pop up. Chances of winning and all that great information that's required in the state of Oklahoma. Let's do 10. Give me 1 second here. All right. Giveaways are up and running. I also just ended the show, so you might see me take a bite of a burrito here and there because I have not ate anything yet today. So, not to be rude, I'm sorry. Um, let me read this before we get going, okay? Uh, show notes. Show notes. I'm going to read this. $350 to do your first show. Know that there are some requirements. I've posted that in my invite seller in my show notes. Also, I put all this on YouTube. So you are currently active, or I am currently active on YouTube. You can go watch up to 8 hours per show. This is the Seller Help Show. I do this 7 p.m. Central Standard Time every week. I did miss last week because I had a seizure, and so I was not able to do it. And so I do apologize for not being able to help you guys last week. Um, before we get going, we will cover lots of subjects. There will people that will come and go. We get a lot of the same questions over and over and over. Listen to when one seller asks it, and for some reason I ever say, "Hey, listen, we covered that." Realize that you can go watch the YouTube or you can buy in my buy it now. There's an item that says rewatch. And if you buy the rewatch, you'll still get something from me in the mail. But you can go out under activity and watch the entire show. Okay. By buying something, it gives you the ability to go watch anybody's entire show. Just go to activity and watch the video, and you can play with it back and forth in case you missed something. Before we get going, I tell people to always go do your homework. Okay. Um, in anything you do, gain as much knowledge before you go forward. Don't be crazy like me and say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to do it." And just, if you do your homework, it'll make it a lot easier for you. Have the correct tools in your toolbox. We can cover those. Set goals, have a business plan, have good merchandise at a quality price. Bring a positive attitude. Don't go too far left or too far right. Tell people to stay away from religion and politics. I'm very upfront about who I am and what I am, and I don't judge anybody else on who they are. I believe good over bad, and I believe in God, and I believe in Christ, and so. But I don't ever like try to preach it one way or the other way or judge anybody on what they believe. All items in my store are tools. Listen, somebody left me negative feedback, or they left me 4-star feedback last week because, and you can go read it. My store is an encyclopedia of information. Whether you buy it from me or go somewhere else, that's up to you. I do not lose money. It costs me 11 or 12% in whatnot fees if I sell something. I'm going to cover those fees. Do not leave me negative feedback or bad feedback. Again, she got it the next day. It was in perfect condition, but she didn't expect it to come from a different store. I mean, like, what's the issue? Again, I'm very open about this. My store is set up for my seller help shows. I'm not pushing my products in my shows. There's what, 10 items maybe in there. But everything I use is in my store. If you'll go look at the buy it now, it's the envelopes, it's the markers, it's the pins, it's the lights, it's everything that I can think of that I use. And it's there to help you guys. If you want to buy it, great. If you can find it somewhere else cheaper, great. Okay. So in stating that, we sold 40 of these in the last week. If you buy one of these tonight, it will take 6 or 7 days to get to you. Okay. So don't write me and say, listen, it's been 3 days, it ain't here. It is on reorder. It will come directly from the manufacturer. So if you buy this tonight, I want to just be upfront. You will get a card in the mail that says it's going to arrive in 2 or 3 days. Okay, just to be upfront. So if you want to wait till those are back in stock, great. If you want to know what it is, okay, it's an apex lens. It's a magnifier. Okay, it forces your camera lenses all to look through one eye, so you don't get all the blurriness and craziness. Um, So, in just saying that, understand that all items in my store are tools I use daily, and they serve as a reference guide for new sellers. I don't care, again, whether you buy them from me. I mark them up to cover my cost, right? I am not an employee of Whatnot, and everything stated on this show is my personal thoughts and ideas. If I ever say the word we, I'm not referring to me and Whatnot. I'm referring to myself, maybe my wife or my mods or somebody else, okay? Um, I am a community host. There was about 34 of us, 35 of us that give some great feedback every to Whatnot directly. And so if you ever have a creative idea or you think that there's something you would like to have changed, we do have direct contact. Again, it's just a host program. We don't have any kind of controls behind the scenes. We're not able to do anything that you guys can't do. We just have that kind of that direct contact where we give ideas and thoughts and stuff like that. Um, this broadcast is the sole property of Whatnot and or myself. For the private use, you must have my authorization. Okay, meaning you can't take snaps and post it on Reddit, YouTube, anywhere else. You have to have my permission and or whatnots. Um, any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this broadcast without written consent is prohibited. I reserve all rights. Okay. Just so everybody knows. And the only reason I did that is because I had people taking things and taking them out of context and posting them places, and I don't do the negative. And I just feel like I personally have the right to reserve um, those rights. Okay. Covered our notes. Again, this is a seller help show. Whether you're a new seller, you're an old seller, you just want to hang out, you want to help folks, here you go. Um, we cover profiles. We try to give as much information. I've been on the platform. Again, I cover this every week just to give you kind of a brief description. Last year, we've been on about a year, 2 or 3 months now. Last year, we did over $350,000 in sales. We'll do over $1 million in sales this year. Okay. And so, I've always sold pretty much the exact same way. $1 starts, no reserve, no minimum, with a reduced shipping rate. Okay. I try to give it and put it in perspective for you guys. I don't ever recommend that for a new seller. Okay. I'm crazy. In doing so, I've got a lot of followers. I believe in an organic following, meaning that I don't go in and I pay any big seller to call me out. Um, every one of my followers is organic. Okay. Almost 25,000. Hopefully we can get there this week. I think that's very, very important. Okay. Don't go in and pay somebody else to call you out. Promote yourself. If you've got that kind of money, spend it on yourself. Promote yourself. Use those promotion tools. Okay. Don't spend it on somebody else. Okay. Again, you understand it'll be 6 or 7 days, right? Just so you know. We sold 40 of them and I didn't realize I was going to be out that fast. Hi, Happy Fox. How are you? We'll run our first giveaway now. Again, I just ended a show, you guys. I had the Whatnot Roundtable today. It started at 2:30, 3:30. I ran for 3 hours, and it did $500 in sales that fast. Okay, listen, you can do this too. It is, and I'm in a category that I'm not normally in. There's only like 20 people, 25 people in the room. Really quick. Tell me where you can make that a day. You know what I'm saying? If you go into work today and you made 20 bucks an hour, you worked 8 hours, that's 160 bucks, right? Minus taxes, you're going to take home about 120, right? Listen, you can do this. You got to make this work. Okay. Um, in that, I will tell you that in what I'm selling, it's 100% profit. Okay. My jewelry and stuff, I have about my cost is about 20%. The other 80% is profit. So just to kind of give you an idea, I sell small, easy things to ship. I'm not one of those guys that's making case packs. I don't use a whole lot of flat rate boxes. I don't use a whole lot of priority boxes. Most of my boxes are under 16 ounces. So I'm really able to manipulate and play with the shipping. So take that into consideration when you go this route. Again, all types of different sellers on here selling all kinds of different things. If you're thinking about what can I sell, take into consideration your abilities, take into consideration what you can do. For me, I was like, I started out first few shows doing some antiques and just stuff around the house and glass. Took me forever to ship it. So what is small? What is easy to ship? What is it that I can have 50,000 pieces sitting here next to me and I can just rock all day long? Okay. So if you're thinking about doing that, and there's all kinds of things jewelry, I'm doing neckties, I'm doing coins, silver. There's a million things out there that is small and compactable that is not going to take a lot of space. When you start getting into space, then you need to have room, right? So, just some ideas. Again, we will get into open community chat. There's a few things that I need and it kind of required. Every month we have a topic that's given, and so we will cover that topic. Okay, and then whatever you want to ask me, whatever you want to do. So if I miss something in the chat, just re-ask it. Um, Okay, no worries. I promise you, I want to answer your questions. For some reason, you don't want to put it in your chat, DM me. Um, there was, hey, I don't know her real well. She just wrote me and said, "Hey, will you give me a call out?" Absolutely. Pam's Fast Flip Finds. I bought a few items from her. I had no issues. I got a really great deal. She's a jewelry seller. Wednesday night pop up brooch show. She's going on right now or at 7:30. But again, Pam's Fast Flip Finds. 5.0 rating, has sold about 2,000 items. I'll tell you, she's a brand new seller. 800 followers. Um, Again, I got some really good deals in there, so I don't mind calling you out. Let me see. All right, few things. Uh, Also, a couple things that were brought up as far as I've had a lot of music questions. I have not gotten a warning. I haven't had anybody say anything, so I'm just kind of going with it until they say, "Hey, you can't do it anymore." There are copyright laws out there, terms of service, right? I will tell you that if you are worried about that, you can Google this. It's called DM Danny Mike Charlie Alpha, DMCA, free music. It's free to sign up. There's no royalties, there's no copyright on any of that music on there, and you can play that in the background. Okay. DMCA free music. It's epidemicsound.com, and it's like Spotify but with no royalties or you know what I'm saying, restrictions. Okay, covered that. Okay, tonight's show. The topic is May's topic is shipping. One of the most colorful, interesting, hardest topics for some of you folks. It's constantly updating and changing the dynamics. Shipping is probably one of the hardest things for most people on the platform. Even some of the seasoned sellers, as we sit at these roundtables, there's topics that come up. Hey, this is going on. This is how this works. I'm I'm having to only I'll sell 70 items and it's putting this there and this there and that's there. Or my I want to change being able to you get those 5 things a week, right? How do I get 5 per show? There's all these conversations about shipping all the time. So I will tell you this: why it is difficult is because it's different. It's something new. It's not something you won't master. You will master it. The more you do it, the more you read about it, the more you watch, you will master it. It's just different than any other platform. And people don't realize how to do certain things. And so I will tell you with shipping, one size does not fit all. You want an answer from me, but all of us sell differently, different weight classes. We're using different boxes. And so there's dynamics to this shipping question. And so again, one size doesn't fit all. I will tell people that, um, you know, I don't make any money off this, and I'm not trying to push anything on anybody. This is a guide I created. I said, what is it that I can provide to the community that they can physically have in their hands and go through the process? Okay. And it's a quick shipping guide. It's help. Okay. It goes through how to create all of those stinking profiles. It's important that you create profiles that meet your business needs. I realize what not just an update, and they've got some now default ones. Okay. I've not done those. I don't know how those work. I think they preset some for you guys, but I think it's very important that you go through and you create ones that work for you. Okay. Along with this, a lot of people get confused because you're on here listening to these folks that are packing large packages, heavy packages, or they're a major seller on the platform and they're doing thousands of packages a day, whereas you're just a smaller seller and you're doing 10 packages or 20 packages or 100 packages. And your weight class really isn't the same weight class as theirs. Again, this is what they teach. This is what they will tell you when you're setting up your profile to do. This is me. Our profiles are not the same. Again, I told you in the beginning, most of my packages are under 16 ounces. Their needs didn't meet my needs. Okay. Some quick shipping tips and tricks. This is how you ship those stickers for 74 cents right here. Okay. This is how you ship. Okay. There's some, you got to kind of play with it. Okay. Um, in that first class mail is only available in your live show. If you create a buy it now item, like if you go out in my store, not my live, and you try to buy this, it's going to charge you $4 and something cents to ship it. Okay. And I think the reason behind that, and again, it's not a definite answer, but is to keep the fraud down. Okay. Where sellers pop up and they sell $1,001 items and now they're bypassing, right? And so, but in my live show, you can always go into a live show and these are available. It costs you $4 from my door to your door. Okay. I don't make any money. Matter of fact, I have to take two sponsors to cover the cost. Okay. Domestic shipping, 1 to 5 pounds, over 5 pounds. Some great little best practices. Okay. Again, the referral code mine down here, you have your own. But this is just a neat little pamphlet that will help you. And then I want to call out all these amazing people here. All these people will help you. Okay. You ever have any questions, every one of those folks are so helpful. Our two sponsors this month for this 250 printing are these folks right here, which is Tamlin's Treasures and Ballin Bestie's Shop. We appreciate you. In order to offer you guys this for $4 from my door to your door, these two sponsors chipped in. And so, again, these are pretty expensive to make. Okay. So I would say that. My go-to shipping setup I just showed you, and we can go through that as well. Profile, supplies, and workflow. Again, I'm going off kind of a whatnot workflow here or a spreadsheet that they want me to cover. Supplies. I'm a seller that all my items are to my right. I'm sorry, I can pin that. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me pin it. Sorry, I jumped out of my show real quick. I use two devices, by the way. My phone is always doing the picturing. I have a computer over to the right. Absolutely. That is my brains. Okay. So I'm normally working off my computer as far as starting auctions, creating auctions, doing my shipping is all on a computer. And the reason being is on a computer, you have more options. Okay. Phone, it's a lot harder if you're trying to ship on a phone. Okay. So jump over there, do it on a computer. Let me pin that for you guys if you guys are interested. And somebody asked me to sign it. And so I just sign all of them, not to be arrogant or think that I'm anything special. I don't know why somebody wanted my signature, but I just signed them. Okay. It is what it is. But it's hard for me to say, okay, I'll sign this one and not this one. So I just sign them all now. There it is. I'll pin this for you guys real quick. Also, as I'm doing this, in my buy it now, in the inventory, you will see an item that says bookmark to be notified. So what that is if you'll bookmark that, anytime I go live, you'll get a notification that I'm live, whether it be a tie show, a jewelry show, or a help show. If you'll bookmark that, that'll help you. Again, the price is $988. I do things for a purpose and bring awareness to suicide prevention, which is star 988. So I put that as the price. But yeah, if you'll bookmark that, pin that, you will get notified anytime I go live. Packaging supplies. So many big sellers that follow me say, Brock, how do you do that? And so for me, I use either a poly bag, okay, or next to me, I normally have an entire bin of these when I'm doing my jewelry show. Okay. So as I sell something, I pull an envelope. Okay. If I sold a piece of jewelry, drop it in the envelope. This is padded already. Okay. This is cheaper than buying bubble wrap. And it contains your item. Again, great for small items. Um, Once I sell it, I close it. Then I have a big marker so I don't lose it. You guys know you lose stuff all the time. I then mark it with whatever random number was assigned to that auction. Okay. I don't put anybody's name on it. I don't, right? It's just in the envelope, marked one. When I go to do my shipping, it's going to say, hey, Sandy bought 110, number 20, number 35. Okay. Guess what I do when I go to ship? I've now bubble wrapped that sucker. That is what I use as shipping. Again, you can get the little poly bags that have those as well. I've not put those in my store because I don't use those, but they might be a little bit cheaper. You can jump on Amazon and those are pretty cheap over there. I think my cost is like 3 cents a bag or three or 4 cents. I forget what it is, but I recommend this. This is the cheapest way for smaller items. Bigger items, again, they make these poly bags in every sinking size you can imagine. Okay. I want to contain it. Okay. Bigger items, I'll put it in the bag. Again, put the number on it. And I'll kind of show you. Since I just did a show, you can kind of see this. I'll answer all your questions once we're done here. Okay. I'm not, it's just, I need to cover this, it's kind of a topic night. So I'm required to kind of cover. This is my shipping for my show I just did. Okay. They were ties. They don't fit in those little things. Number 95, number 94, number 93, number 92. Okay. When I go to do my shipping, like if I do a 12, 13, 14, 23 and a half hour show, I can ship it with a really long show because of how I do it. I'm able to ship super, super fast. Okay. So those are the shipping supplies. Workflow. I don't know. Packaging tips for your category. Again, I just showed you. Jewelry. Again, you can, let me see if she might have thrown them away. They make these little poly bags that are plastic. That's what Rustic Rose uses. They're a little bit cheaper. I probably should do that as well. But with these, they stand up a little bit easier for me when I'm putting them in there. So that's why I use those. How you hit on time ship rate consistently? Listen, you're never going to be perfect. I'm really good at what I do. I've been shipping for a long time, and mine doesn't say 100. Okay. There are things out of my control. that I will probably never hit that 100 mark. Again, we pack normally within the same 24-hour time period. Our mailman picks it up. We give him a scan sheet. I'm still at only like 98, almost 99% on my shipping. There's just that 1% that it doesn't get scanned. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So, but I would say consistency. Have you a system? Be organized. If you're going to dedicate 4 hours to a show, you need to dedicate 4 hours to your shipping until you get really good at it. And you're like, listen, I can do a 4 hour show and pack it in an hour. You know what I'm saying? But hitting those consistent numbers is very, very vital. There's an expectation that has been put in the world because of Amazon. I'm just going to say it, right? The next day shipping or same day shipping, right? And so, us competing as sellers, our customers expect their packages fast, meaning you got to ship it same day. You just have to. Okay. You got to ship it within that 24-hour time period. All right. It's very, very important. It's the expectation, it's the norm. I didn't set it. You didn't set it. The customer set it. So I will tell you, set a time period. If you're going to run a show, you need to realize, listen, I need to get this out. For me, this is what happens. I run a really long show. Um, and then the next day, like I'll run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, right? Um, Again, I run very, very long shows. My wife will come in the next day and she does my shipping. But I've set it up where it's dummy proof, where any of my kids, my wife could walk in here and ship. Absolutely. Okay. So everybody understands. Again, we can go over shipping. We can cover it. I'm telling you, this is the best $4 because guess what? If you're like me, I've got to sit here and okay, I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to do this. There's amazing YouTube videos out there put out by a lot of the community hosts. Again, just understand that one person in one, uh, it's like expecting one person to cover all your bases. It's not a one shirt fits all. So just understand what you're doing, what you're getting into. Okay. Um, Covered packaging tips for my category. How do you hit on time ship rates consistently? Realize that after your show, you can do a printout that has one barcode. And when your mailman or wherever you go, they can just scan that one barcode and it checks all your packages in. Whatnot also has the thing where you can take a picture of the package once you've packaged it. I don't do that because it's like one more step for me. And I'm not doing it. You smaller sellers, it's probably great, but if I did that for every package, I'd spend another hour, right? I'm not doing it. I'm going to put it, I'm going to pack it, I'm going to print off that one postal scan code, and I'm going to have my mailman or I'm going to have the local post office scan that. I'm just not picturing every package and putting that information. Tools and hacks that have saved you time. I think I've shared a lot of it. Uh, Realize that again, we will open this up to community after this. I'm just kind of covering some things that I need to realize that it took me a long time on that flat or that 74 cent shipping. Okay, you got to be real careful with it. Let me get out an envelope. So a lot of you can't afford to do expensive giveaways. I get that. And you're like, listen, I just want to send a sticker, or I want to send a freshie, and I want to just be able to spend 74 cents on the shipping. Okay, that's fine. Absolutely acceptable. Find an envelope here. Um, the envelope in doing that must be legal. Okay. And so it must be something like this. and it must be able to be meterable. So it goes through a machine, okay? And if that envelope gets caught in that machine, they're going to pull it and they're going to charge your customer $4. So it is very, very important, okay, that you, like, I can get away with this. Anything more than this, it won't be able to be metered. Okay. Okay. Um, but again, you can go in there and you have to set the profile up correctly, and tell Whatnot, hey, listen, this is a first class mail envelope. Okay. I buy big boxes, 500 of these at a time. They're cheaper when you buy them, in bulk, of course. Something that took me a little bit of time to figure out. You got to go in there and you got to do the one piece card or the sticker. I hate stickers. I give real giveaways, keychains, earrings, necklaces, that type of thing. But for a lot of you folks, it's like, listen, I can't afford that yet. That's not into my advertising. That's not on my budget. I get that and I understand that. So, um, yeah, and for me, right, Linda, you love my packaging, right? Because you get my package. I hate that too. And it's like you got to get out the razor blade and like cut all into it. Mine, listen, all you're doing and ripping it open. Okay. Don't overdo the packaging. Absolutely believe. Agree. Um, how do you handle tough stuff? Damaged items, lost packages, refund requests. So again, not everybody's part of the beta program. There is a beta program at some point. You can request, hey, I would like to be part of a beta program where you handle all your own returns and requests. Before that, Whatnot was deciding a lot for me, and I didn't like that. I will tell you that if you ever have somebody that writes you and says, hey, this package hasn't arrived, or it was scanned as delivered and they said that it wasn't, you immediately need to go to USPS.com and you need to put in that tracking number and you need to put in lost, broken, okay, not delivered. What will happen is they can look at where it was last scanned. So understand the dynamics as to when you give your piece of mail, what happens. If it comes from my home, it goes to my local post office. From my local post office, it goes to a mail sorting facility. That mail sorting facility, I mean, it goes through conveyor belts. It gets rumbled and tumbled. Okay, so you need to make sure you're packing your stuff good. It's not that they do it on purpose. It's going through conveyor systems. It then goes to whatever route it's supposed to go to in the country. And then it goes to that sorting facility that then deciphers what post office from there it will go, then to your home. Do you see how many different steps that just happen there? So that's the dynamics. What happens is if a package is lost, um, the tracking number will show the last time it was scanned. You open that case, that facility or that post office is then required to go find that package. So every morning, that postmaster gets a list of packages that says this has been, um, reported as lost. They are then required to go find it or to figure out what has happened to that package. That's pretty much their job. Okay. So immediately report that as fast as you can. If a package is broken or damaged in transit, your customer needs to open that case up as fast as they can. All packages are covered up to $100 automatically with the purchase of any label on Whatnot. So every package is covered up to $100. So if it arrives broken, open a case, Shippo. The dynamics of shipping on this platform are this. Whatnot has a contract with a company called Shippo. Shippo has a contract, um, with you pretty much. You're buying that label through Shippo. You open up a broken, they get the actual, what would it be called? I can't even think of the word right now. Claim, and they will decipher. And it takes a minute. You're not going to get your money the next day. There's a claim, just like if you open a claim on your roof or a car accident. It's not something that's automatic. Okay, they are pretty quick. So understand that. So did I cover that? Refund request. Listen, I normally give people the benefit of the doubt the first time. The second time, I'm going to really make sure that there's no issue. The third time, I don't want to deal with you anymore. That's me. Okay. That's my personal opinion. I just don't, unless I know that I have made the mistake. I don't make mistakes 3 times in a row, though. And I've had a couple people that every item they bought, they always had an issue. You're not the right customer for me. We're not a good fit. And it's always because they were trying to get a reduction or deduction or a partial refund. Listen, the first time I give you the benefit of the doubt, the second, third time, I'm really, really careful. I'm on my feet. I'm watching, and so that's how I roll. Refund request. I put in no cancellations, no returns. The item arrives from me to you, and it's in perfect condition. There's no issues. You bought it. Now you have buyer's remorse. That's not my problem. It's really yours. Okay, and that's how I roll. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I can't control your fingers. Um, there is a shipping guide that I'm going to put into. Listen, there's a lot of tools that Whatnot puts out there for you guys. Okay. Again, I asked today, when is UPS and when is FedEx coming? I want those. I ask it every time, and I will continue to ask it because FedEx Ground is going to be the cheapest. I want to see the other shipping folks come to the platform because I believe it'll bring shipping down. Yeah. So Rustic Rose uses the plastic ones. I use the paper ones. Um, that's just me. It's kind of a preference. I prefer mine because of exactly what you just said. They're a little bit harder to open. The plastic ones are, but uh, they're a little bit cheaper, and so that's why I understand that. I'm going to plug in this again. Whatnot gives you some great tools. Okay, you can do rehearsal mode. You can do a private show. There's a whole shipping guide that walks you through different processes. Okay, jump on YouTube, be learning, find the most kindergarten, easiest person. Okay, and why I say this, I'm not like trying to like point you somewhere else to get the information. I'll help you, but like Blazing Bunny has put out this kindergarten, idiot proof, dummy proof guide of walking you through shipping. And it was resourceful to me. Okay. Um, and so I'm just saying that because I was confused. I didn't understand either. And so why try to create the wheel when the wheel's already been created? And so she's amazing. She is a community host. She does a lot of work. She put a lot of work into it. Let me see. What else was she simplified it, right? Okay. Anything I haven't covered? I think I've covered everything. And again, I will walk you through the process. I do this every week. So this is just kind of a whatnot version. And then I kind of give you my version. Okay. So I've covered everything they want me to cover. We're good. Okay. Why will they not allow you to put 1 to 2 pounds? They do. They absolutely do. Again, when you're creating shipping, this is what you got to think. Whatnot is not, they can't read your mind, right? When you're creating shipping profiles, and again, you need to create a bunch of them. There are some defaults, but I would suggest you go create your own. This is what people don't realize is when you create those shipping profiles, you're telling Whatnot how much that item weighs, and you can edit and change it before you ever push start. So, for example, if I sold this to you, this is more than 16 ounces. I have a profile that says 1 pound. I would sell this to you at a 1 pound. Okay. But I have to tell Whatnot what to charge the customer. That is why it's so important you create those profiles. They don't if 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 they don't know, They don't know what to charge them. Okay. But then I have this marker that weighs 2 ounces. I have a 2 ounce one, right? And so that is why it's so important for you guys, new sellers. Again, I do things a little bit differently because of how I do things, and there's some dynamics there I'm able to play with. I sell a lot of light items, so I'm able to offer that $4 shipping, $1 star. You know, it really entices people to get in there and get active. Um, why not to? Why to be try? Or excuse me, let me back up there. Try to be. I'm not going to say exact, but really close. I hear a lot of bad knowledge and a lot of bad teaching where it's like, listen, just do it this way. Don't worry about it. No, you need to be weighing. You need to be, unless you're sending flat rate, you need to be weighing things. You need to be putting the right box size. Okay. That's part of it. If you put in the wrong box size, put in the wrong weights, listen, your customer ultimately could be charged a lot of money. Yes, you can offer the flat rate service, large, medium, and small boxes. USPS.com, jump on there, buy or not buy, it's free, but get the sampler box and figure out which one of those works best for your business. If you're shipping things that are under 16 ounces, really get you a little. I don't want to use this box because it says eBay or something on it. Get you some. I use an 864 and a 642 box, or even these small boxes. Okay. Um, Folks that are shipping under 16 ounces, you can really play with that and never get any adjustments or it costs you any more money. Okay. But again, take my advice, try to be accurate. Don't just try to, at some point, it's going to catch up to you um, by not doing it the right way. Okay. Yeah. So again, go in. So what you're going to do, okay, what you're going to do, let me walk you through it. My phone should be charged here. We'll see if it's charged up. It is charged. Perfection. We'll plug it in. I'll turn the camera around to show you, okay? I've got all the wires here. We should be good. Perfect. Let me walk you through it real quick. Turn the camera around, give you a better understanding of what to do here. Okay. Let's see, turn this off. Okay. What you're going to do, whatnot. Okay. My account. I don't want to set up a passkey. Okay. You're going to go to Seller Hub right here. Okay. Seller Hub. Again, you're going to do this for every profile. This is how you get there, though. Seller Hub. Then you're going to go up here to the right hand corner. You're going to click on those three little lines. Okay. This is what you're going to see. You're going to scroll down until you see shipping settings. Okay. You're going to click on shipping settings. Okay. Free pickup. That's going to be you're meeting somebody locally. Maybe you sold a big old heavy trunk or an armoire, or you know what I'm saying? And you can meet them locally. Again, meet at a church, meet at a Walmart, a police station, a fire station, somewhere really well lit where you're not going to, get robbed or something. Um, okay. This is where you get to make all kinds of different options. Okay. Mine's going to be a little bit different than y'all's because I have buyer pays up to $4. That's not what you're going to be using. You're going to do seller pays all shipping or buyer pays all shipping. You know what I'm saying? Whatever meets your needs. This is where you're going to go in and you're going to create those profiles. When you're in here, again, I went to shipping profiles right here. You're going to go up here to the very corner. Okay. You're going to name it 1 to 2 pounds. Well, how many ounces are in a pound? Who's smart in here? 1 ounce, or excuse me, 16 ounces equals a pound, right? Weight. You have the option to either put ounces or pounds or whatever you want. Okay. So if you put 2 pounds in there, guess what? You need to be putting that at 32 ounces, 16 times 2, right? Or you can say 2 pounds. I prefer you not to do 1 to 2 pounds. I would tell you just do 1 pound, a 2 pound, and a 3 pound. Okay. Very important that you don't put 15 here, you put 16. At this point, you can set maximum number of items to put in one package. Like, listen, you know that you can't fit six basketballs into this box. So if they buy two of them, that's all I can get in there. I'm going to set that at only two, right? Set fixed weight or additional items in the small same package. So, like, listen, this is where you can kind of play with things and say, okay, I'm going to charge them 16 ounces for this item, and each additional one, I'm just going to add 2 ounces. Okay. Or each additional item is going to weigh 16 ounces, whatever, right? But you're going to create several of these, not just one of these. Can you see all mine? 4 pound, 10 pound, 3 pound, 2 pound, 1 pound. I have all kinds of, and as soon as you create these will show up in your live shows as an option. First class mail. This is the 74 cent one. My flat $4 shipping rate. What if I'm doing a show and it's like, oh no, I can't do the $4 shipping on this, folks. Right? This thing weighs 20 pounds. I am sorry, but I am not going to cover the cost. I can switch it from this over to 5 pounds or 10 pounds, whatever it is, right? Flat rate envelope, jewelry 1 to 2. Gina, I don't know what Gina is. That's probably one I did for um, you guys or something. Okay. But again, how you get there, create several of these. Okay. You're going to go seller hub, 3 lines, scroll down, shipping settings. Okay. Shipping profiles. Up here, again, you're going to create several, not just one, that meet the need of your business. Again, this is where I'm telling Whatnot, this is a 5 pound package. You need to charge the customer, or my package is going to be 5 pounds at whatever your setting is, right? Maybe you're doing free shipping, maybe you're doing a reduced shipping cost, but you need to make sure you're telling Whatnot, hey, this is what this is. Okay. Now, when you go to do your shipping on your computer, okay, on your computer, I'm going to switch this around, or I'm going to pull this out real quick. Okay. I come in, you ever get lost? Again, I do everything on my computer. Okay. You have orders and you have shipments. I'm going to click on shipments. There's certain things I have to be real careful not to show you here, so I'm going to be real careful. Um, Up here, it's going to show you each show. Okay. And so I'm not showing any personal information, am I? No, I'm good. So up here, you can select all shipments. So you're like, listen, I did a show today, yesterday, 5 minutes ago. I want to see all items that need a label. Means I haven't created a label for any of these items, right? These are all items I sold just a while ago. Okay. Over here, you're going to see generate label. You're going to see actions. On a computer, all you have to do is click on the gray area. And then what will pop up is this right here. Okay. Edit shipping details. I got to take you away real quick. Actually, Lori, are you in the room? Lori, are you in the room? Lori, are you still in the room? Is it all right if I use yours to just kind of show? I won't show you personal information. Lori, are you still in the room? I won't show you personal information. Um, Miss Beckman or Lily Bear. Yes, Lily Bear. Is it okay if I just use, again, I won't show any of your personal information, but I just want to cover my bases. That way I don't get any, somebody, people like to sit in here and like report stupid stuff. Okay. So again, whatnot, Lori in the chat has given me permission to use her, and I won't show any of her personal information, but she's authorized me to utilize her purchase to kind of help in this show. So you can turn that back around. Okay. And be real careful, Lori. Okay. So Lori bought this seller help brochure. Okay. And so I can go in here and edit. And I'm going to go to edit now. I'm clicking on edit. Okay. And I can go in here and play with this. Now, because this is a 74-cent stamp, I cannot actually play with this one. Okay. But if this was like a under 16-ounce package, I could go in here and play with this all the way up to 16 ounces, actually up to 15 ounces, and I will not get the adjustment. Now, in here, realize by doing it the way I'm doing it, you can go in here and manipulate and play and figure out what option is best for you. Okay. As long as you've told whatnot what that package weighs, okay, this one weighed 1 ounce. I can go in here and I can flip this on and tell it, hey, listen, I want to use a medium flat rate box. Boom. Now watch what happens. I am now going to be charged $8.43. Okay. So that is why it's so important that you set the correct amounts, dimensions of your boxes. Okay. And I'm going to flip that off, Lori. We are not shipping it that way. I'm sorry. I know you would love for me to spend $8 on shipping. We are not going to do it. Um, let me see if there's another item in here. Sandy, are you in here? Sandy, YAYC. Sandy, are you still in here? Sandy, YAYC. If you don't mind, can I show? Let me see. Who gets stuck with the adjustment? You do. You pay out of your pocket. Or why not for me? Why not for me? Are you in here? Why not for me? Can I show what you did because you kind of did something a little bit different? Why not? Are you in the chat? If you allow me, again, I won't show you personal information. You still do get 5 per week. And so this is the thing. You get 5 and it's like the first 5. And so let's say it's a 74-cent adjustment. It gets used, right? So you don't get to determine where that adjustment is used. So you better make sure it's one of your heavier, more expensive ones. And it's capped at a certain amount. It's capped at a certain amount. Um, let me see. Lil Bit uh Scaftique. Lil Bits Scaftique. Are you in the room? I want to show them the shipping dynamics here, and you bought something. So if you don't mind, do you care if I just show them how to edit the label under yours? Because it's a little bit different. Again, that's LILBITS Crafts Take. If no worries, if not. Let me see. Who else bought something in here? Jana. I know Jana don't care. Jana, are you in here? Janda underscore. Can I use yours to show? Again, I won't show any of your information. Jana. Or does anybody like Randy? Randy, can I use yours? Randy, you won't care. I know Randy's in the room. Me and Randy are friends. I just need a America Lux. Did you buy something? Let me look and see. I want to show you guys something for anybody new. Okay, Kimber or America. Thank you so much. Again, we will probably, whichever one I come back first here, I want to show you guys a little bit something here. Guess it would help if I went to the seller help show, right? Antique. Where? Oh, did you buy something in the tie show? Hello, hello. You bought something in the tie. Okay, I got you. We're good now. All right, I'm going to show you guys something here real quick. Necktie show. And this is America. Okay, so America just bought two lots of ties for me in the show right before this. Okay, and so I'm going to switch you around again. I'm not showing any personal information, whatnot. She has told me that it's okay. She bought two lots for me. It was 23 bucks. It was 2 ounces. I have it set at 12, 12, 12. Okay. Again, I'm going to go over here. Those are her two items. And I'm going to push on that edit shipping details. Now, watch what happens. Okay. Watch what happens. Again, zero adjustments. I'm going to change this to 12 ounces. Guess what? No adjustments. Why are you not moving down here? Hold on. There is no adjustments on this order. Okay. Sorry. Okay. No adjustments. Edit shipping details. There's no adjustments. And I've changed the weight to 12 ounces. Okay. So I went from 2 to 12. As long as I stay under that 15, there's not going to be any adjustments. So I can go ahead and save that. Okay. Again, she gave me permission. We're good. Okay. So as long as you stay under that 16, there's not going to be any adjustments. Now, the minute I go over that 15 ounces, guess what? It's going to do an adjustment, and I'll show you that as well. And that adjustment comes out of your pocket. Okay. So the minute I change her thing or his thing to 16 ounces, look at what my adjustment is now. And that 474 is going to come out of my pocket. Okay. Unless it's one of my adjustments for the week. That's allowed. I don't know what the actual cap is. Um, you know, again, Whatnot lost over $2 million a year or $2 million last year in those adjustments. And so, listen, they're really looking out for you guys. Let me plug my phone back in here. They're really looking out for their new sellers, people that don't get it, don't understand it. So, but just understand those are kind of some dynamics there. So you're oversized. I would create a profile for it. Okay. Um, Again, when you say oversized, like it won't fit in a large flat rate box. So that GG, again, for me, so if you set it up at that flat rate, it's going to charge that customer that flat rate charge. So for me, I don't want to overcharge in the front. I want to be able to play with the dynamics in the back. But if you say, hey, listen, it's going to be this flat rate box, that's what they're going to charge the customer. And getting this down is very important. Why? Because if you're trying to offer a reduced shipping to get your customer in and involved in buying something, again, I tell people this all the time. Why do I do that reduced shipping? I want my buyer to get in and get involved as fast as possible. By offering that reduced shipping, I my shows do 3 or 4 times, then offering that flat rate. Again, they buy 70 items from me, I'll pick up the rest of it. right? Like if it costs me $4 or $5 because you bought so many items, hey, listen, thank you, Jesus. I'll pay the money, right? Um, but realize that in whatever you tell what not to charge, they're going to charge that up front. Versus if you don't turn that on, okay, I get to play with it after the fact and I get to determine. Now, if it's off a little bit, I got to make up the cost on that. Right. And so that's why it's so important for you to be precise and as accurate as possible. Okay. Now, if you're selling case packs and you're selling things where like, listen, I'm going to use this flat rate box for everything, 921 shipping, no matter what they buy, right? I get that. That's the other dynamic. Again, we're talking about not one size fits all, right? So, again, we talk about under 16 ounces. We talk about people that are doing case packs, that are doing flat rate, large, medium, small. Figure out which one of those fits your business the best. But there's all kinds of different dynamics to the shipping thing. And I think a lot of people get confused as, hey, listen, I'm not going to use flat rate for every box. I don't want my customer to be in charge 921 because that's not what it's going to cost. And you don't get a refund from that, right? If you've told Whatnot to charge 921, maybe the package only costs you $4 or $5 to send. There's $4 or $5 that gets wasted there, right? And so understand those dynamics. Okay. I tell people, for me personally, I don't do flat rate. It's not turned on. Now, if it needs to be, like Randy has bought a ton of stuff from me before, several of you have. And when I go to pack their package, okay, I can turn this flat rate on and it's actually cheaper than if I was to put the weight in here and send it priority. Okay. Dynamics. I'm able to play with that after the sale. Do you recommend getting a PO box when you're selling so it doesn't show? Or listen, that's all up to you. Like my Facebook's private. If you want your home address to be private, that's on you. Like if it's right, I mean, PO box is writable on a business name. So, if that's something you're wanting to do, absolutely. Again, I have a really good relationship with my mailman. I don't care if you have my address. Um, you know what I'm saying? I want it delivered directly to me where I don't have to drive in and get it. But, you know, that's totally a personal thing, up to you as to what you feel and how private you want to be. So, again, I can go look at your name and figure out where you live. I mean, the information is out there about everything anymore, right? So if I have your name, I can pretty much go find you, right? Um, unless it's under your business name and your PO, and then it might be a little bit harder. But I can still go look at the Secretary of State and figure out who owns that business. And right, like there's so many. Just saying, right? I think it's just a personal thing, whether you want it or not. Um, I'm again, I have a really good relationship with my postman. He picks up and delivers on a daily basis, and so I think that's more important than anything. My problem is I think I have my shipping wrong because on my last show, I sold two things that was 7 pounds and we ended up paying almost $60 in shipping. Okay, dog. Would they have fit in a flat rate box? Do not ever go to the post office and buy postage. Understand you can get on USPS.com and you can order these flat rate boxes, these priority boxes for free. Okay. Understand what the cost of a flat rate box is. Understand what will fit in that flat rate box for your business. All right. I don't know what you did, but that is crazy. If you go to USPS.com, like you drive there and you buy postage, you're paying retail postage. The United States Postal Service has so many different contracts with so many different companies out there, to include Shippo, to include PayPal, to include, whatever one. It is much better for you to buy postage if you're not buying postage on Whatnot in real life on one of those services I just named. Okay. On Whatnot, you're required to buy through them to send your package. But I would say that you definitely have something wrong. Okay. Yeah, understand what you can and can't do, but set up those profiles and understand before you ever push start on your auction, you can edit and select a new profile. Okay. Select a new poundage, select a new price. Okay. It takes a whole few seconds. Again, I work under one. Let me see if I can show you guys. I'll set it up and I'll show you. I'm going to take a bite. Hold on. It's much easier on a computer. Okay. I'm going to walk you through the process here. Okay. Profile. Yeah. Create profiles. Um, okay. So what you see here, again, normally I do this all on a computer. Okay. Auction, buy it now, giveaway, sold, offers, and tips. You will see under my giveaways, I have created a giveaway for you guys. Under auction, you're going to go to the plus sign. Create temporary. Create temporary. Again, this is how I do it. You might not do it this way. You're going to select your category. Vintage and antique jewelry is my category. I'm going to push next. Title. I cap lock everything normally, just so you know. That's me. Vintage, whatever, antique, jewelry show. Okay. I do everything at an auction, $1, time limit. Again, these are all adjustable. Quantity, you're going to put 1,000. Don't have to use them all if you don't want to. Do not toggle that on. This is where all your shipping profiles are going to show up. Okay. This is where all your shipping profiles are going to show up. So I always have this $4 flat fee one on. You push save. Okay. Guess what? Add listing. Okay. Normally I'll take a little bit more time to create that, but okay. Now realize before I ever push start, or if I do push start, I can change all this. So 10 seconds. Don't anybody buy this, please. Sudden death. After 10 seconds, if I toggle this on, that's it. If I don't toggle this on after 10 seconds will be added after each bid, or 7 seconds, or 5 seconds. Again, don't anybody bid. You see an auction running right now. Okay. You see the number one. If this one sells, it will automatically assign number 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 1,000. Okay. I do. I do. Miss Lady Lillian, I do. I do that temporary because if you put quality, it's going to show up in your bin. Okay. And I don't want it in my store bin. So again, a quality listing is a listing that shows up in your bin. A temporary listing will go away after the sale. Okay. So I always create a temp. Now, again, a lot of you guys go in here and you create, oh, I'm going to do a $2 start, a $3 start, a $4 start, a $5 start, whatever, right? It is so confusing if you do it that way when you go to do your shipping. It is so easy to just click on this right here and edit listing and say, okay, this is going to be a $10 item. Start auction. How easy was that? You'll now see on your TV or on your screen, it is now $10. Okay. Of course, it's not reassigning it a new number, okay, because it hasn't sold. Okay. But I would much rather you guys running random pools create one listing I didn't even put a picture of that thing. Hold on. Upload media. What are we gonna put there? Okay. Again, if this item was to sell, it would automatically assign it number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. As long as you went through and you did what I just showed you, that is what will happen. Okay. Now, again, I see a lot of you creating a bunch. Why I don't do that is because if I have a $10 start, a $2 start, and a $1 start, every time I push start, it's going to start. And I'll show you. Let's do this. Let's create another one. It's going to assign that 1 through 1,000 category. Let's see, antique. $1 starts, title. We'll put example and shipping profile. We'll put 4. Save. Okay. I don't know what all my pictures are on here, so give me a second. We'll do this tie. Okay. So what will happen is if you do it this way, if you do $1 starts and you start it every time from here, it's going to assign 1 through 1,000 right here. If you do $10 starts, it's going to assign it 1 through 1,000 on $10 starts. When you go to do your shipping, listen, it makes it so much more difficult because you're like, okay, I've got to find number one $10 start. Oh, I got to find number two $1 start. If you'll just work under one, it will make your life so much easier. Okay. It doesn't take but 5 seconds to go in here and edit this. Okay. And again, I'm normally on a computer, so it's a lot easier. I'm just using this because it's easier to show you guys, you know. Oh, hold on. The weight on this is not $4, Brock. This needs to be a 10 to 14 pound package. Again, I'm telling whatnot. This is a 10 to 14 pound package. Save. Now you're going to see a huge price difference when I push start. Okay. Does everybody understand? Oh, you still see 4 because I have it toggled on under my thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, hold on. It still shows 4. Hold on. It's because I have it as a master setting. So let me minimize this show real quick. So the reason being is because of how I have my settings set up. So shipping settings. See, I have it has shipping costs. They're $4. Now let's do buyer pays all. Watch this. Now you're going to see something different. You can't change it in a show. What's the show now? 4. Okay. Okay. So you, because I had that toggled on before I started the show, it won't allow me to change it. Okay. And most of you don't do what I do, so we don't want to create a raid. Most of you don't do the $4 flat shipping or any kind of flat shipping, so don't even worry about that. It'll be accurate when you go to do it. It's because I had shipping costs set at my $4 flat fee. So if you're just doing buyer pays all shipping, it won't. You'll be good. Okay, $4. We need to save that. Thank you. Good eye. Good eye. I put my Yeah, I created one. So now in my shop there is a bookmark one. Here, I'll pin it real quick. I think. I hope. Should be in there. Again, if you'll pin this right here, you'll get notified anytime I go live. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Need to be setting up again. Where'd I put it? You need to be setting up several different profiles that fit your business needs. What did I do with it? Doggone it. Let me get my little brochure here. You need to be setting up several different profiles. Okay. This right here, you need to be setting up a bunch for your need. Okay. It's hard for me to say, hey, this is the one you need to use, or this is the one you need to use, because the dynamics are different for each and every one of us. Again, so you've got all kinds of different products at all kinds of different weight classes. And so you really need to understand the dynamics of the shipping and not be overcharging or utilizing or having your buyer pay too much shipping. Okay. Shipping is part of this. It's like every one of you that have bought on the platform, how long did it take for you to buy something because the shipping was 921? It took you a lot longer, right? And so the faster you can play with those dynamics and really set that shipping to a point where it's the more activity you will get. Okay. Why did I choose $4 flat fee? Well, most of my packages are under 16 ounces. Again, okay. Most of my packages, it really only cost about $4.50. So I make up the other 50 cents in that cost. And the reason being is because I'm willing to throw 50 cents at a sale, every sale. Normally, about 90% of my buyers don't just buy one item, they buy two, three, four, 5, 10, 50, 70 items, right? And so the realization is this: the faster I can get a buyer in my room to purchase something or to just bid on something, okay, the more money I will make. And they normally buy more than one item. So for me, I chose $4 because I'm like, $4 is nothing. Okay. Free shipping, I see a lot of people do free shipping. Listen, my folks are willing to pay $4 just as much as they're willing to do the free shipping. So I've done free shipping. My numbers, listen, I make just as much money charging the $4 as I did doing the free shipping. But understand this. If you do a reduced shipping cost and you charge somebody just a flat fee of $5 and the package costed $8 to ship, that $3 difference is coming out of your pocket. Okay. That is where a lot of people get confused is, oh, listen, I would love to do reduced shipping. And, you know, that money's got to come from somewhere. And you only get 5 adjustments. So as you get bigger and grow, yes, I would suggest that. If you're a new seller, be as fair as you possibly can. Okay. And do not do $1 starts. Do two or three or four, whatever you can afford. If you can't afford to sell something for $3 or $4, then I don't expect for you to start it at $3 or $4. Okay. I'm getting red chatted here. What am I getting red chatted about? Yeah, I only make one and edit just that one. So if I sell, then yeah, I would need to set up a shipping profile for that. Yes. What I would say is create several different shipping profiles and realize before you ever push start, as long as you've created a shipping profile that meets that item's need. Again, if I sell you this and I have a shipping profile set up as 2 ounces, that's the one I'm going to select. Well, listen, what if I go to a 1 pound object? That's not 1 pound. What if I go to a 1 pound object? I'm going to edit that and tell it, hey, this is a 1 pound item. I sell it. It's going to combine those pounds or ounces. Okay. It keeps a number, or it keeps tracked, a calculation is the word I'm looking for, of all the items that you tell it at what shipping profile you've selected. So if you say 2 pounds, then you sell something for 4 pounds or 8 pounds or 10 pounds. It's going to take all those numbers and combine it. But it's up to you to make sure you're utilizing and choosing the right poundage before you ever push start. Just Whatnot doesn't know what you're selling. Okay. They have no idea what your package weighs. Okay. So it's up to you to make sure you have those profiles set up for yourself to utilize before you ever push start. I do raid trains. Then when I'm done, I do my own shows. The minute you end your show, okay, it's going to restart on that next show. Okay. I wish it would calculate all day, but that's not how it works. Anytime you push stop, unless you're on a computer, I think you can delay a show and come back within 2 hours. But if you end a show on a raid and then you start a new show, it doesn't, that's not how it works. It starts all over. I would. I'd call it beignets, and I would set a price knowing that, hey, listen, this is my beignets and this is what I weigh. These are what these weigh. Perfect. If you can, okay, if you can be precise and understand this is for my beignets, this is for my costume jewelry, this is for my 10 pound, whatever, vase or what, you know what I'm saying? It gives you an idea, but you want to name it and you want to put the pounds or the ounces there. Okay. Great idea. Yeah, the buyer is going to pay for what you tell it it weighs. So if only six fit in there, and you had prior, or if you have flat rate chosen, this is the thing, and a lot of people get caught up in this, is that, do you not think it costs less to send one package versus two? It would probably be better for you to not have that flat rate turned on and send it priority. Okay, honestly. You can either do that or you can unbundle it and send two packages. But I'm telling you right now, it's going to cost you money. Okay. It is better for you to not probably send that package as flat rate because they won't fit in there, and just send one priority or ground package. Okay. That's what I would tell you. But again, you need to go in there and play with your profiles, probably turn off flat rate. Okay. Turn off flat rate because hey, listen, I don't want to send all my packages flat rate, or I don't want to send all these flat rate. I want to be able to play with the dynamics of that package, understanding that you can edit and turn it on as well. So maybe they only bought six. Well, okay, I'm gonna choose flat rate to ship it versus they bought 10 and they won't fit all in there. And so now you either have to unbundle it, right? Um, and send two versus one. Again, common sense here is that one package is always going to cost less than two. 99% of the time. Okay. There might be 1% out there that it doesn't, but 99% of the time, one package is going to be cheaper than two if it can't fit in that flat rate. Is your setting set to priority in both? So I have, again, um, I'm under that 16 ounces, probably 99% of my packages, or 95% of my packages. So this is my setting. I don't have any of those toggled on, because I know after the show, if I need to, I can edit it and turn any of them on. Up front, I want my buyers to be charged the least amount of money to get them involved, and I'm willing to cover the other side if need be. But I also realize that if somebody came in and bought 100 items from me. All my items only weigh about 2 or 3 ounces. So you do the math. Okay. The most my package would ever weigh is probably like 20 or 30 pounds, right? At most. Some of you other folks that are dealing with heavy things, you're going to have to really play with the dynamics here and figure out, can I fit it in a flat rate, or can I send it ground? You're going to have to play with those dynamics a little bit. But for me, that's how I set. Your big sellers, this is how they normally set. So on mine, I have US priority mail turned on, and then I have UPS ground advantage turned on. Okay. They have, normally the big sellers have priority mail and flat rate boxes turned on, which that just doesn't fit my needs. So I realize at the end of the day, I get to determine if I need to upscale. But again, if you turn these on, what will happen is your customer is going to be charged maxed amount of money up front. And if it doesn't need that, you don't get a refund. Yes, yes, absolutely. Does that make sense? Again, shipping is very colorful on this platform. It is really hard for people to grab and understand the concept because it's different than anything you've ever done anywhere else. Once you get an understanding of it, it's really easy. It's like the easiest, right? I don't have to mess with anything. I don't have to do anything. It's just kind of getting over that hump. I promise you, if you research, you watch, um, you do your homework, it becomes really easy. Okay. Step one, create those profiles. Very first thing you need to do. Realize that you're telling Whatnot what profile to use, and you get to edit that before you ever push start. At the end of the show, once you're done, you can edit that label. Most people don't even realize you can edit that label and play with the dynamics over there. Okay. On a computer, jump on a computer to do your shipping. You can edit all that information to fit your need and go in there and play with it. You know, understand what you're doing. Okay, this is done. Ship, ship, ship. I can do it really fast. Go in there and play with the dynamics on a package and just see what happens. Okay. And that's what I would tell you is go in there, play with it. Okay, this is what happens when I do this. This is what happens when I do this. Right? I turn on flat rate, it's going to charge me this because, right? I'm going to turn on priority. Oh, this is what it does. Small, medium, large, flat rate. Turn it back off. Okay. Go in there and play with the dynamics a little bit and understand the changes. Okay. And then the ball starts rolling. Okay, I got this now. Just understand that before you ever push start, you can edit that. And as long as you've set up profiles, you're golden. You can go from a 2 ounce package to a 20-pound package. Okay. But you are already selecting the price. Do you do second a selection for weight? Every time I push start or any of you push start, you need to make sure, again, if every item is yours is 2 ounces, you don't have to change it. It's going to stay at 2 ounces. You sell 100 items that are at 2 ounces, it's going to add up 2 ounces times 100. Okay. Now, listen, all of a sudden, I've got this 10-pound item. I'm going to edit that profile before I ever push start because I'm telling Whatnot, I went from a 2 ounce item to a 10-pound item. Okay. Again, a lot of you do not have that flat rate cost or that reduced shipping cost available yet. If you're a new seller, that's probably not available to you yet because a lot of people didn't understand. Hey, listen, I'd love to charge $4 and I'm doing this reduced shipping, but then the package costs us $6 or $7. and they lost $3 or $4 out of their pocket, right? Or they did $4 flat shipping and it was a flat rate box and it costed $12, or whatever, or 9.21, and so they had to make up the difference out of their pocket. And so you really need to understand the dynamics and the understanding, so that way you're not losing a lot of money out of your own pocket. Absolutely. All right. If I missed it, just retype it. Givey charges me $4 plus where I'm trying to get. So again, Gibbies are just like an auction you set up. You're choosing a shipping profile for that Gibby. You don't want to $4. You need to go up there and you need to read how to set up. Again, I don't know what your Gibby is. I don't know what your Gibby is. If your Gibby is not, you can't put it in this envelope right here, a metered envelope. It's going to cost money to ship it, and it comes out of your pocket because it's your giving. You can't charge your buyers for something that's free. So, but if you're trying to send like freshies or stickers, there's a way of doing it where it only charges 74 cents, and it's this right here. Again, when you go in to create that givey, there's a spot that says shipping, and you're deciding and you're telling whatnot how heavy this givey is. Okay, understand? Absolutely, Boomer. Are you an Oklahoman? Boomer, are you a Boomer Sooner? Does that make sense now? Again, it's your giveaway. It's your free item to them. You're going to be responsible for shipping. Hopefully, if they bought something else, that if that's a 2 ounce giveaway, it's going to add that 2 ounces to their purchases, and you're not going to lose any money at all. So, or you could be like me and $4 flat fee. If you win a giveaway, now everything you buy is free. It really entices people to get in there and buy and bid because I've already bought your shipping. So, um, hoping. Did you win a givey? Did you win a givey, Lily? Did you win a givey? Hold on. Somebody bought a Zoltar card. I will do that in a little bit. Okay. We'll do another givey. Yeah, I'd absolutely love to give you that a givey. If you win a givey, I'd send it to you. Welcome to the platform. Don't be scared of it. Get on here. Read. Understand what you're getting into. Listen, I did 2 3 hour show a while ago, made $500. I'll do over $1 million in sales. I run a couple days a week, long shows. The rest of the week's mine. I have 5 days of vacation days. Really not. I do this, and I got all kinds of other things in the world, right? But listen, I didn't have to go to work for anybody today. I made just as much as most lawyers do. You know, I didn't have to go and get my doctorate degree in anything, right? I'm just saying, like, I make more than most people do that have spent years in college, and you can do it too. Is what I'm saying to you. 500 bucks in 2.5 hours. Like, you know, I've had shows that done 40,000. I've had shows that have done 20,000. Again, last year, my first year, $350,000, and I had no idea what I was doing. Just to understand the basics and ran. I don't say that to be arrogant in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying if I can do it, you can do it. You need a straw hat, ladies straw hat. Anybody sell straw hats in here? There you go. Yeah, I get it. Me too. I have some of those things too. There you go. I explain it all the time. Listen, if you went to work for somebody else today and you made 20 bucks an hour, worked 8 hours, that's 160 bucks after taxes. You're bringing about 120. right? Listen, I made that in 30 minutes. $1 stickers. I mean, I hate stickers. I'm just letting you know. Stickers aren't my thing. Can you make money? I Anybody can make money. I just don't know how fast you'll grow, if there's a demand. I'm not going to deter you from it. I'm not a buyer. That's not my thing. Okay. The stickers in my thing, in my buy it now, are there kind of as a reference to let you guys know that you can buy bulk stickers really cheap and give them away as giveaways. I don't do it, but they're there because I asked somebody, hey, or somebody asked me, wait, where can I get stickers? And I'm like, listen, so do you have the $1 chart profits? Oh, like Fay West Designs? No, I haven't done that. I need to. Again, if you start something at a dollar and you it sells for a dollar, you're only going to get, understand your fees are 8%, 2.9%, and 30 cents per transaction. So out of a dollar, if you sell something for a dollar, you're going to get like 40 cents. Okay. Sell something for $2, you get like a dollar 28 or something like that, dollar 30, somewhere around there. Don't quote me on those numbers. There's a chart that Rustic Rose has, but I need to print that off. So it's much better for you new sellers to start things at $2 versus $1 if that's the route you want to go down. And maybe you can't afford it, don't do it. 58 cents, I think it's cheaper than that. I do. You want me to critique your profile? Yeah, it's community chat at this point. I've covered the whatnot thing. So at this point, it's kind of open chat. We can talk about anything you want to talk about as long as it's positive. I will tell you this: if I rate, look, say anything that pisses you off or makes you mad, it's not on purpose. If I critique you, don't write me some ugly email saying, I can't believe you said this or that. It's just my personal opinion. And don't ask me unless you want to hear it from me, is what I should say. And if you're asking me, then, you know, expect an honest opinion. That's how I roll. So again, ask the chat. This is community chat, to keep it to a very positive professional level no matter what is said. Let me as the show host take care of any issues. Again, I've never had any issues. I've never had anybody write me anything negative. I just state that because, again, I'm not always going to say what you want to hear, and that's just how I roll. So yeah, I'll give you a thing. Commissions, and I have a love-hate relationship, but I think at this way, we have a platform to make money. It costs money to make money. So again, this platform is the cheapest out there right now. You're looking at eBay. I think it's like 27 up to 35%. You know, your inventory sits there. Again, this platform is moving away from kind of the eBay dynamics towards a more of a TikTok, Instagram dynamic. Really, I think they're mimicking some of the Asian markets. Again, live selling in the Asian markets has been around for years, 10 years, and it works. It's a fast moving dynamic that enables a live audience, versus an online audience where you have just a set product. And so I love it. Again, there is a bin where you can create those dynamics where if you want to have 10,000 items in your bin, great. For me, I like the live selling. It's moving product as fast as I can move it, as fast as I can put it in the camera. I move everything. I don't have any items that are unsold in any show. Ask anybody in here. If it doesn't sell, I keep adding to it until it does sell. And a lot of times by doing that, I get more money than if they would have just bought that first item, right? I start doing, listen, this didn't sell. Let's add this item, this item. I do it all the time. I never, ever say, oh, that didn't sell. It's going with item number two. That item doesn't sell. It's going with item three, four. At some point, somebody's going to take this home. And that's how I roll. You'll never see it ever again in my show. And people know that dynamic about me. and they realize if I don't buy it now, he's going to put it with something else. If I don't buy it now, it's gone. Okay. I want it now. It's available. It won't be available tomorrow. Create the demand, create the want. Okay. Dynamics. I am jewelry primarily. Again, community host in the jewelry section. Jewelry is my thing. It's small, it's easy to ship. I also do neckties. I have done sports cards. I've done glass, antiquities. I've had shows all over the board, but I like small, easy things to ship. And so primarily jewelry. And that's going to come up with neckties here. Just letting y'all know. It's going to be Danny's off for school and he's going to start rocking and rolling. So awesome. Well, welcome to the platform. Snow, I'm the jewelry guy. I won't tell you I know everything about jewelry. I don't. Nor do I care to be honest with you. Sometimes not knowing is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an encyclopedia. I don't want to be an encyclopedia. I want to put it in front of the screen and it sell. If you know, great. More than likely, two or three people in the show are going to know as well. But I don't need, here it is, sold. Yeah, can safely fit 1,000. I'm exactly. That's what I love. Any for a glass show, make sure those profiles are set right. Make sure you have your packing materials. Again, if you do a 4-hour show, I expect for you, especially in the glass, to be ready to spend 4 hours in shipping. Okay, and that's what I would say. You spend 4 hours selling, expect to send, especially on glass, 4 hours in shipping. Have your bubble wrap, have go to Home Depot or Lowe's and buy the painter section. If you'll go in the painter section, they have the brown paper. Utilize that. Painter's tape. Painter's tape. Let me grab a piece of glass. Okay. So if you're going to send this big old piece of Blinko, okay, take a piece of painter's tape and run it an X on it. Okay. In it, you need to pack it with paper. Okay. Bubble wrap this sucker. Okay. The box you fit it into needs to be about at least an inch or 2 inches of packing in between the box. It's called impact packing. Okay. So pack the insides, blue tape, painter's tape on the outside. Okay. And then it needs to have at least an inch all the way around when you pack that sucker for what's called impact packing. 2 inches is better, 3 inches even better. I hate popcorn, unfortunately. Popcorn's probably going to be your best bet for this. Okay, inside, and bubble wrap the crap out of it is what I would say. I mean, this is $400 or $500 piece of Blinko, right? Insurance is only up to $100 unless I purchase more, which is like what, a dollar? It's like probably $1.50 per $100 now. I'm going to cover the insurance. Okay, I'm going to cover the insurance. So I'm not willing to take that risk. I will throw $3 or $4 to protect my $500 piece of Blinko. Right? Why tape on the outside? It's for impact. It's supposed to just having a piece of tape on the outside. It it's supposed to like keep it together. Or if it breaks, you don't have glass all over your package when you open it, and somebody get cut or hurt. So that tape is just to kind of protect, right? Um, Again, go read about glass packing. You'll see it. It says it. I've shipped more than anybody on this platform. I guarantee you. Um, on the outside of whatnot, we shipped 8 to 12 million pounds of wiping rags on a yearly basis and did that for 20 years. So I guarantee you, I've got 10 or 12 years on anybody on this platform. Uh, and that's just outgoing. That's not incoming. So yeah, blue tape though. Don't use just any kind of regular tape. You know, it's going to leave that sticky film where there's that painter's tape. It won't affect it at all. Might have some. Let me put this up so it doesn't get rubbed. Painter's tape is life. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. So when you go to ship, again, in those things over there that I showed you on a computer, when you go to edit that label, you can add insurance. Okay. You can add signature required. Okay. Those are all things that you can turn on after you sell it. Now, any of those options are going to be paid options, meaning it's going to come out of your pocket at the end of the day. Okay. So if you add $1,000 worth of insurance and it's $1.50 per 100 or whatever it is, I'm not for sure. Don't quote me. It's going to be 10 times the $1.50 and it's going to come out of your pocket. Taking a bite of burrito. Hmm. Especially on that expensive glass stuff. If you're sending Blanco or Sevs or anything expensive, I'm not willing to risk it. So I'll pay for the insurance. You know, Flexing vibration. Thank you so much. I just know you're supposed to do it. Look at America's Luxes. Okay, absolutely. Ameriluck. There you go. Before I even go into your profile, I'm going to turn you around real quick. I want you to see what I see. Okay. Hopefully, there's no red chats here. See your image. I see that it's grandma, and I see it has a color. I would love for you to enhance that. Okay. Really make it pop. Good, good. Are you in the room? Good, good. Or Fay West Designs? There's Fay West Designs. Okay. I can really tell what Fay West is. You see what the dinosaur is. Yours, I can tell it's like a grandma and something. So I'd really recommend you enhancing that just to really make it pop. Okay. I love the image. I'm all about America. So I would definitely really enhance those patriotic roses, really enhance that background on that, um, and really just make it hit us in the face. Okay. New York City. And I love your name. Whoever named you America, I love it. 5.0 rating, under 1 day shipping, 4.9 thousand items sold, 3.7 thousand followers. What do you think? Honest opinion. You've sold about 5,000 items. What's your opinion? Are you enjoying it? Are you having fun? Um, what's your cost? Because it looks like you've probably sold somewhere else before, because you've got it down. Make your picture pop a little bit more for me. Great, there's treasures. Sports. Pools, my Alaskan. There's a lot of you people from Alaska. You love it. I have an MS. Oh man. Well, listen. Again, thank you for coming in, sharing, allowing us to just letting us, telling us that. Our thoughts are with you. Again, I love it too because us folks with disabilities or where we can't drive or we've got things going on. It enables us to work from home and still create and contribute to income our homes and our incomes, right? So I too love it. Um, and I say this every week. I love seeing mamas on the platform, raising their kids, bringing money into their households. I really believe it will impact the futures of this country, whether you're a mama or a daddy. You know what I'm saying? And you're doing this platform and you're making money and you're raising your kids. I think that has a huge impact in our future, in our futures. And so I think it's important. And so I love it. Your shot, let me take a look. 155, 154, vintage crystal brooch pin. Get rid of the commas. Okay, share something with you, and I'll share this pretty much every week too. Okay, let me switch you around. Again, whatnot she is told me that I can look at her profile and she wants a critique. So, okay. Great information. This is her bin. These are quality listings. Okay. She's put a number on it because that's probably the easiest way she can go find it in her inventory, would be my guess. Okay. She has used all the correct verbiage and information to make this item findable. Get rid of the commas after stones, pin. Okay. With this, I would put vintage, Coro, rhinestone, costume, jewelry, brooch. You want to put AB after that? Great. Maybe put a generation, 1950s. Okay. That would be my thing. It's almost too long. See where you have the dot, dot, dot? Again, it's great that you did that. If you have a name brand, always put that on there. Okay. But the commas. Now, I'd say this, folks, why it is so important to put this information on here. And again, you can put as much as you want to. I understand why. Because what happens is after about 3 weeks, this item will become findable on Google or whatever search engine you use. Okay. Now, if she would have just put Coro costume jewelry, listen, there's 2 million Coro costume jewelry pieces. You'll never find it. The more information, the better, because Google is grabbing this right here. They're not grabbing the details. Okay. They're grabbing that title up there. So these titles are very, very important. Do not just put Coro, and this goes for any item, Coro costume brooch. So there's a million listings. My grandma gave my wife one and she dropped it in the ocean, and I'm looking for one. I'll never find your listing on Google or wherever it is I'm using to look for that item. You're doing purses, needs to be the designer name. Coco Chanel, leather, number 4444, whatever. Black, tan, gray, lambskin, calf skin, whatever, right? Those details are important. Put it in there. Get rid of the commas. Commas will take away from you actually finding that item because it's actually, you've added to that word. So I'd much rather you just, for me, I cap lock everything. Okay. Because it shows up in those search engines a little bit better. Whereas I'm on page one and mine's cap locked and nobody else's is, they choose mine. Just a little tip and trick. Um, the show pictures are great. Okay. Um, the name of your shows stink. Okay. I know I'm getting into a jewelry show. Again, all you put is jewelry. If you have any silver, I'd rather you take out the word modern, that category or that subcategory, and put in the word sterling. Um, Modern is kind of one of the lower in our jewelry selection. So if you can fit into any other category, vintage is number one, I think sterling's number two, and designer is number three. Okay. The show, again, if I go up here to search whatnot, I have to type in the word jewelry to find your show. And can you only imagine how many things come up when I type in jewelry? Again, you're not a huge seller yet. The big dogs get away with it because it doesn't matter. They could put dog farts in there and they could start and not even have a show scheduled and 200 people show up. For people like me and you, we need to be detailed as to what we're getting into. So if you're doing vintage and designer jewelry here, I would love for you to I would love to see the word costume, vintage, designer, jewelry, Weiss, Trifari, Juliana. You know, those are all key words. I would be utilizing that. You're cutting yourself short here. Okay, just an idea. No costume. Listen. There's costume jewelry worth more money. Listen, gold and silver in the jewelry selection is selling less than costume jewelry. I saw costume jewelry pieces sell for $2,000 last week. Okay, ask the jewelry sellers in the room. It is crazy. Sometimes we can't even get melt. um, and sometimes it does great. The coin shows and stuff, it does great. Listen, our audience in the jewelry selection is costume jewelry. It's crazy. And this is a thing. Investors, this is what's going on. If you buy a piece of Weiss jewelry or Juliana jewelry, it is beautiful. It's what? Made in the 50s. So 50. It's 70 years old today, right? It still looks like it was made yesterday. They're solid investments. They're gaining more interest in a year than most other things. Okay. It's small, it's easy. You can have a lot of it. And the investors are coming out and realizing that the stuff made in today's world is junk. It won't last you a year or 2 years. It's going to break. It's made in China. It's made to be thrown in the trash. Stuff from the 40s and 50s and earlier was made to last forever. How many of you have the Tonka trucks? Right? They were made to last forever from American steel. Investing in these items right now, I mean, they're gaining because people realize, like, listen, this is something my great, great, great grandkids are going to have, and it's going to come from me. You know, again, gaining interest, they only continue to get more expensive. And so when you say costume jewelry, would that turn people off? No, it turns people on. Does me, baby. Put costume jewelry in there and I'm all over it. Mr. John Deere tractor, I've got one. And a Kubota. My Kubota is pretty good too. So just some things to think about. You know what I'm saying? Is as a buyer or a seller, what investment, you might not make money today, but if you invest right in quality items, you're going to make money tomorrow. Okay. And that's just how it is. Ask, where's it at? Emily might have put it up here. Hold on. She might have put it. It's just like my grandpa gave me a silver coin and it's in a package and he bought them, I don't know, 20 years ago for $15. Is that it? It's here somewhere. I'll ask her when she comes back in. He gave it to me and it's worth $100. He understood the investment. He understood that it will only grow in value, and that's the thing. Listen, I don't play with any kind of stocks just because they're volatile and risk. If I can invest in something I can look at, that is what I've done. And that is me in real life. We sold property, and instead of putting that money into somebody else's hands or into a financial stock market or to anything else, I bought more land and I built buildings. I can drive by it every day and look at it, and they're not making any more land, right? And so solid investment for me is something I can look at. And that's how I am in the real world. I'm not just saying that on here. That is who I am and what I'm about. Now I'm wondering where she put my stinking coin at. I'm sure she put it up. I had it out here on the desk. So, listen, they're not making any more of it. You look at the billionaires and millionaires and whatever, and that's what they buy, land. Land. And that's me. Just my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a fast, I don't need to make, $1,000 today. I'd much rather make $10,000 over a year, and that's me. And it's solid and it's real and it's protected and it's 100%, right? They're not making any more pennies. So get on and buy all the pennies you can. All the pennies you can. They're not ever making them. Hey, you don't know. Like, our next president could decide to make pennies again. It might happen. You watch. All right. Anybody else want me to take a look at their profile? Again, I give an honest opinion. If you do, just let me know. If there's anybody in line, let me know. A-hole sister vault. That's an interesting one. You're new. Well, welcome. All right. Hold on. One at a time here. I promise you I'm not trying to go out of order. Elizabeth, love your background. Really would enhance your picture. So I know it's you. Again, I'm going to flip you around so you see what I see. Okay. I really would like for you to either um, really bring that image forward and really make it pop. Okay. See how his dinosaur is? Sometimes the simpler, the easier. Okay. Too much can hurt you as well. So um Elizabeth Marie Gifts. Easy, simple name. It's memorable. Sandy and Chuck. I've sold almost 15,000 items, have a 5.0 rating. Excuse me, have almost 15,000 followers. She's like, listen, I wish for 15,000 items sold. I sold about 3,000 items. I would cut down your profile image. People are just going to skip over all that verbiage. Cut it out, shorten it, make it easy. Keep everything to the left. Keep everything to the left. People just won't read it. Okay, their eyes have to shift right. They won't read it. If you'll keep everything. Can y'all see that? To the left of clips. And if you'll look at my profile, when I come into your show or come into your room, they'll read this, especially if you really kind of do what I've done here. I need to put on my lens. Hold on. Putting on my lens. This is why I put on my lens, because I don't have the issues. Okay. So again, if you will come in and shorten all of it, okay, and keep it all to the left of clips. And you can do it, I promise. Okay. Show pictures are great. Love it. New seller support, new buyer support, question and answers. Elizabeth Marie Gifts tomorrow at 10:55. Let's talk shops, meet and greet, learn about other shops. Okay. Love the color. I almost feel like what is the show with the Disney show with the princess? And it's during winter. What is her name? You guys know, you know who I'm talking about. Elsa. You remind me of Elsa. That's a good thing. You remind me of Elsa. Thank you so much for the raid. So for me, I would tell you to cut this all down here. Okay. Um, make that image pop. I really want to know it's you when I enter the room. Again, it's not too much. Like that, I would just play with the colors on that and really enhance it if I were you. I mean, you've done it here. I mean, those colors pop. You've really enhanced that image versus that one. Okay. Shows look great. How do you feel? Looks like you do some seller help. Let me ask you, why put $1, $3, $5 starts? Do you not feel like that is almost discouraging? Um, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just asking you, do you feel like you put off a vibe that, hey, listen, I don't know. I tell people not to do that. You know, if you want to do $1 starts, great, put that. But if you're doing anything more than $1 start, I'd prefer you just to do a show. No. And again, you might be different and think of it differently. I'm just asking a question. I mean, you sell quite a bit as well. For me, if I come and I see that, it's kind of an off put to me personally. I don't know why, but it's like, okay, I'm getting a show where it might be all $5 starts. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm going to go in and look. I don't save most people and I don't follow most people, as you can tell. Shop. Let's look at your shop. Very clean pictures. Love these pictures. Antique vintage 10 carat ruby and diamond. What is it? I think that's the only thing you've left out is what the heck is it? A lot. Most people aren't going to be able to spell that word. So is this like a pendant, a brooch? I would probably put in a more simple word than a lavalier. Okay. I would definitely use a much simpler, easier word because people like me, I can barely pronounce it. Do you think I can spell it? Love the pictures. I think it's very, very good. Are they Victorian? You have the word antique. Some of that stuff looks Victorian to me. Here you've put over here on CO2 25. I would put shale in there if it's a shale cameo. On this one, you've got what is that? Yeah, angel skin. That's an oldie. That's a pretty one too. Is that not gold? Is that gold filled? It's at least gold filled, right? You know, for you, I think you've got most of it down. Appreciate you. Allow me to look at it. Some just simpler, easier words, I think, would be for people like me that don't know anything about jewelry. We jewelry people forget that not everybody knows what we know. And so sometimes putting in those simpler, easy words, again, might make it more findable. So one day, 2.9, very clean. Love it. I don't have much to say as far as negative. I have a lot to say positive about yours. Profile picture and make it pop. Add some easy words in there, and you should be good. Yeah, lavalier. I can barely say it. Listen, and I'm probably not even saying it right. I think it's a French word. Hello, hello. How you doing, KT? All right. Who is next? Is what a lamp. Okay, as long as nobody gets mad at me. Is what a lamp. Listen, my table is messed up, or like not messed up, but it's messy because I just did a show and I have not been able to clean up. Are you talking about these guys? Is it a lamp? See, see, listen. Yeah, your SEO. I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Very smart. Um, is that my order? Is Kim and then T Jess, Faye West? Is that my order? I take it. All right, I'll get to you. I've been in your shows before. We know each other. Love it. 5.0 rating. This is Kim Landry, and has sold 261 items, has 1.3 thousand followers. Short and sweet jewelry show, vintage, boho, and modern. Beautiful smile, beautiful person. Listen, what is it you want to know? What is it you want to know, Kim? Kim's amazing. Uh, listen, why aren't you growing? Why are you not growing? You've been on here for a minute. You've only sold 261 items. Why are you not growing? You have the personality, you have the look, you have the goods. Why are you not growing? I can't control that. We've had this conversation. I think you have all the goods. I think um your character, your fun, your ability to speak, your comfort in who you are and what you're about. What is holding you back? Why are you not getting to that next level? Why are you not reaching that next goal? It's time for you to move. Okay, you're only here for so long. You've started this. You're not a quitter in anything you do in life. The obstacles you've already accomplished. This is easy. Why are you not growing? It's time to move. Okay, it's time to move. The perfect time is today, not tomorrow. You got to go. And I can't, I don't know what else to say to you, but you've got the goods. You've got the looks, you've got the knowledge. It's time to let some things go. Inventory sitting on your shelf is doing you no good. If you got to take a little bit of loss to move it, turn it into something that's going to make you money. Okay. If you're like, the money isn't your thing, that's fine. If you're not after a whole lot of sales, that's fine. Um, but again, what is it you're trying to achieve? What are your goals? Okay. So that would be my statement to you. Your profile is great. It's simple, it's easy. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Your profile picture, I would probably frame it with a bright red that matches those glasses. Okay. I would put some lipstick on those lips. Okay. You've got it in all your other pictures. So I know you wear lipstick. Listen, listen, Gina. It's time to go. Quit dragging your feet. Okay. Quit dragging your feet. It's time to go. You don't even have to go live every other day. I would say at least do over 2 hour show a couple days a week would be my thing. Don't even pay attention to the numbers in your room at the beginning. Okay. That is not what matters. Run things. Sit there for 2 hours and just run things. Okay. Don't sit there and go, okay, they're not interested in this, not interested in this. Keep showing things until somebody buys something. Do not pay attention to the numbers in your room. It takes two people. And if you can't afford to run things at a dollar, run it at the lowest you're willing to take for it. Okay. Play with those shipping numbers. Do not even worry about how many people's in the room. Cover it up if you got to. I want you to sit there and talk like there's 100 people in the audience listening to every word you have to say. Okay? And at some point, there will be. If you think it and you want it, it will become true. But you have to want it and you have to drive and you have to do the steps I'm telling you to do. Start your show, offer the items, and move. Okay? There you go. Go, go, go. You know, Faye West wakes up every day. She's kind of in a category that is not the most popular category. It's growing. Um, Wood burning made some suggestions today. I hope that comes true, and it's something I can share. Is she would love to be to toggle on an option that it is handmade or made by, and so. But Faye West gets on. She doesn't always have a ton of people on her show, but she is still there grinding, trying to pick up that new customer, trying to show her craft, having that conversation. And she's sitting there working and she's doing her thing. Okay. Some of you guys are in unique categories. It's going to take a little bit longer. But for what you're doing, there's no reason. You're in category that, okay, you should be growing 10 or 15% every month. Okay. Just I want you to get there. Okay. Not being mean in any way, shape, or form. Time to go. You've been on this earth a little bit longer than me. You know this. It's time to rock and roll. Simply Lemonade. This is my sponsor of Simply Lemonade. I love you. You are great. It's only 11% juice, but I love Simply Lemonade. I like watered down lemonade, by the way, so that's why I like it. It's kind of not so strong that my tongue like jumps. Kim Landry, thank you for allowing me to come in and look. Um, just trying to push it. Just trying to push it. Who's next? I have to go in order or people get mad at me. Okay. So, um, and you guys are always welcome to promote it here. She's amazing. If you have not, I don't tell you to just go watch. I will not tell you to just go follow anybody. Even if you raid me, I don't say those words, if you'll notice that. Okay. If I don't know you and you raid me, I don't know what I'm sending people into. Okay. So I don't just say go follow anybody. She's amazing with an amazing story. She is a strong, independent woman. Like, I think she could be a disciplinary principal. You know what I'm saying? She is that, but just funny, beautiful in all aspects. So I would definitely go hang out with her. Okay. Kay Taylor. Kay Taylor, are you in the room? Kay Taylor, 84. All right. So if you were born in 84, that's what I take that for. That's 3 years younger than me. So you're 42, 42 or 43 years old. Snap it with T and A. Okay. Honest opinion, it's a beautiful picture of you and someone else. Um, I want you to brand yourself. Personal pictures, it's really hard to brand. Okay. I want you to brand yourself. I would also probably change your name. I know you don't want to hear that. As long as you don't have any open orders, you can change your name. Undelivered packages. Again, you can stay with something K Taylor. I would get rid of the 84 because people have a hard time remembering it. Okay. I would try to brand yourself. Okay. You're selling bro. brooch. Why do you? Okay, hold on, hold on. Switch you over. You heard my advice. Nobody that I know. Again, you need to put the word brooch in there. Right now it says brooch. Again, nobody's going to find it up here. Okay. Again, I wouldn't just, if you do brooches, great. I would also put the singular version of brooch. Okay. I would probably get rid of $5 starts. I would put, these look like newer ones. Okay. So I would probably put, um, butterfly, animal, rhinestone, brooch, bonanza, something like that. You know what I'm saying? I would definitely get rid of the $5 starts. I think it's an offset. It puts people off more than it puts people on. Okay. I just want them to come into my show. And if it $5 turns you off, you're not going to enter my show. Okay. Even if you are doing $5 starts, I would not put that. Okay. I would just put or not even vintage. I'm not, because they're not. I would put colorful, animal, floral, rhinestone, brooches, bonanza. Okay, that's what I would do. I would also probably play with that picture and put a frame around it. I would probably enhance that picture a little bit so that way it slaps people in the face. You have a 5.0 rating. You've sold 57 items. You're new to the platform. This right here, I'd rather you. I'm sorry, my light is killing y'all here. I'd much rather you come up with a really creative name. You haven't sold a lot yet, so it doesn't matter. You're not going to lose any of your customers or anything like that. But I'd much rather you brand yourself with not only a picture, but a name. Okay. That would be my suggestion for you. Shop. What do you got in your shop? Okay. You've created a quality listing. Christmas earrings. Okay. How many, like, this is a thing. You're showing me 3 earrings. Am I getting 3 earrings for $7? And also, you need to crop that picture because you've got chat in it. Okay. Again, be very, very precise when you create listings because a lot of people are going to come in and say, "Oh, I get 3 sets of earrings for $7." Okay. Cut off makeup bags. I would go in there and chat GPT that and adjust that a little bit. Get rid of the commas. Snap it bags, makeup, coin, purse, zipper bags. You've used the word bags twice. Much rather you try to create a different word. So we could come in and here say snap it, makeup, snap it, makeup, coin purse, zipper bags. I would cap it all. I would also put rhinestone. What else do you guys call those? Okay. Use some more keywords. Okay. Definitely more keywords. Come back, fix all that, come back and ask me again. Okay. Fix that. I don't want to get too far off here. Um, and come back and ask me. And make sure if you are directing anybody in your profile picture to a Facebook page, that Facebook page does not offer anything for sale because it is against terms of service, which that just looks like a group. But any of you in here listening to me right now, if you say, "Hey, listen, my eBay name is, or my TikTok name is, or Go to my website. Um, you'll get kicked off, and they'll kick you off permanently. They don't play games, and it's to protect our customer base. It's not because I'm directing you to eBay to buy something, or I'm direct. Once I take you off the app, they can no longer protect our buyers, and people get screwed. And so, okay, and they're losing money, right? It's not fair if I say, "Oh, I'm going to use your platform to direct them over to my website," and over there I don't get charged any fees, right? But so understand that. Fix those things I just told you. Come back and ask me again. As long as you don't have any open sales or undelivered items, I would really think about sitting down, talk to your relatives, talk to the people that know you. What would be a cool name? Then I would think about, how do I brand that name before I choose it? What can I create that represents me, that is colorful and captioning, okay, that captures a customer? You drive down the road, you see McDonald's, you see their sign, you're like, I know that's McDonald's, right? I drive down the road and I see Whatnot. I see their slogan, their two little hearts. I know it's Whatnot. Okay. Again, they haven't overthought it. They use two color combination colors, a yellow and a black. Simple, easy, understandable, and I know who's in the room and I know who I'm choosing. Does that make sense? See a lot of people chat GPT and there's a million things going on in the picture, and I'm like, listen, it's too much. I'll never remember it. Simple, easy is better. Okay. Fay West Design's amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, who's next? Thank you. Who am I talking about? T Jess. Hold on. T Jess. Simple, easy. T Jess, are you in the room? T Jess Textiles and Tails. Listen, I know more about textiles. I have forgotten more about textiles than you can ever imagine. Okay. I have dealt with quilts, tablecloths, runners, doilies, Quaker lace. I know most of my quilt patterns. I know single stitch, vintage rock tees, East West musical. I can tell you things unbelievable in textiles. Ever need any help in the textile world? Let me know. Um, Again, we cut up 8 to 12 million pounds of textiles a year. So, kind of give you an idea. All right. So, let's look. Yeah, give me 1 second. Kind of jump in here. There's several people, and I'm just kind of going by each profile. Uh, Let me look at your profile real quick. T Jess. Normally, I would tell people to get rid of the underscores. Your name is kind of long. Um, was T Jess not available? Just T underscore Jess. Name is really long, and you've really created a name that puts you in a closet of just textiles. So if I see your name, all I'm thinking about is you sell textiles. And it looks like you sell estate sales. It looks like you do a flea market. It looks like, you know what I'm saying? But if I see your name, I'm thinking just textiles. I would go search right now. Listen, we can search real quick and see if it's taken. Does that make sense? Like, I know you're into textiles. I'm just saying you've put yourself in a box here. TJS is taken. Let me play with it here real quick and see. Just Jess is taken. Um, I would play the name. I would definitely shorten it. I would try to get rid of the textiles and tails because people have a hard time with the underscores, and it's just too much. Okay. You shorten your name, it'll be easier to brand yourself, right? You know, I would say consider that before you grow and get too big, is to really play with that name. Okay. Let me close some of these down. Pictures are great. I even like how you sideways some of your pictures. I wouldn't do them all that way. Textile Tells is available. Textile Tells is available. I don't know. Is that catchable enough? Again, she's putting herself in the closet as just a textile seller. Okay. I don't know if I would go with just textiles in that at all because she does other things. She's doing estate sales, antique store liquidations. Again, I think this is all right. Some of the time, I wouldn't do it too much. Okay. If you have a problem with your profile pictures, it's 1080 by Google it. 1080 by something. I forget. It's a 1080 picture. And if you'll go to Chat GPT, go to Whatnot. What is the Whatnot image profile size? And it'll tell you the size of the image. It's like 1080 by something. And then go to Chat GPT, take your image and say, turn this into a 1080 by whatever it is. And then you won't have all those sideways pictures when you put it in there. You're welcome. All your pictures are sideways. A lot of them. Okay. Shows are fine. The pictures are great. I love the actual live pictures. One thing I can tell you is a live picture for me, I will choose that over a automated picture any day of the week. Okay. If you have a true picture of your textiles, a true picture of your books, a true picture of your flea market, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it be, I will choose that over your dinosaur picture any day of the week. Okay. Because I know what I'm going into. I know I'm looking, I'm seeing what it is. And I will choose that over y'all's cartoon pictures any day of the week. Okay. And most people will. Your shop, great verbiage. Pictures are great. Again, I would go in there and copy, or excuse me, crop some of those. Again, if you're trying to show measurements, you do have your little flat board. I would just use a simple kindergarten ruler. Okay. Lay it to the side in your picture, kind of gives them an idea how big it is versus that thing that you're using in the background because I can't tell how big it is, honestly. Maybe if I clicked on the picture, I would. Okay. Crop the picture. Instead of that, put a ruler up there. Okay. If that's what you're trying to accomplish there. And I take it that's what you're trying to accomplish. All right. Floral cross stitch frame, incomplete. Whip needlepoint craft kit. Mm. Is that a kitchen towel? What is it? Is it actual frame? I would definitely put floral cross stitch, text vintage floral cross stitch frame. Needlepoint. I don't know what the word whip means. Maybe that's something I've overlooked. I would also put the word textile in there and vintage in there. Okay. Vintage Persian cat cross stitch. I don't think you need to put the word completed in there. Vintage Persian gray cat rose cross stitch 10 by 10. Okay. That's what I would do. I would cap lock all of it. Most of these pictures are amazing. Okay. You got the word Afghan. That's a good one. Okay. I don't have any problem with your shop. Don't have any problem with your shows, except for I would change some of those dinosaurs to look at me straight. Uh, I absolutely love your dinosaur. whatever you do, whatever name you change to, I love the three color concept. Okay. Simple, easy. I understand when you enter the room, just your name is too doggone long. And you know that when you created that profile picture. Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to take a look at that. Work in progress. Thank you. That's me. I guess I'm a whip. I'm a work in progress. Okay. Who's next, Bay West? A hole? Listen, I feel like I'm with this name. I feel like I'm going to somebody's room that is just mean as all get out. I don't know why. Don't y'all? So, listen, this is Cinderella's stepsisters right here. That's where we're going. We're going to see the a hole. This is the stepsister you don't want to mess with. Uh-oh. All right. Profile picture. I have no idea what that picture is. I have no idea. Again, have no idea what this picture is. I'm gonna put on my lens. Hold on. This is my magnification lens. I have no idea what your picture is. So definitely play with that profile picture. Okay. Bring it to life, make it punch me in the face. I want to know it's you without looking at your name. That a hole just entered the room. Cannot believe this. I love this name. Like everybody, listen, you want my honest opinion? Your profile picture needs to be of like a donkey's butt or something. You know what I'm saying? Like people will remember you forever. And he can be like taking a crap and underneath is a bolt or something, you know? It would be so great. Yeah, exactly. See? Very catchy name. It's almost like Dick's Sporting Goods. You know, I remember when they came out, I was like, what did they call that place? Do what? I would definitely be creative and be funny. Again, it can't like be derogatory or you know what I'm saying, but you could so like, yeah, yeah. People will remember you. There's a hole again. Love the name. I don't even care what it says after the word a hole. I'm just gonna know a hole entered the room. Um, use your profile. Okay. Use your profile. You've doubled up. Okay, so your name is a hole sister. Underneath that, you did the exact same thing. I'd much rather you use that space for something else. Let me say, Brock, what the heck are you talking about? Hold on. You've doubled up on me. Okay. I don't care if it's your last name, or excuse me, I don't care if it's your first name, a nickname, but I'd much rather you put here and just go in and edit your profile where it says first name and last name. You've put a whole sister. Okay. I'd much rather do something else there because it's like you've doubled up and you can utilize that space to say something else. No cancellations, no refunds, no exchanges, no drama. Listen, okay. Your listing is where I would put that. I don't know if I would utilize the space under my profile to say that. And normally, when people say no drama, it's almost like I feel like there's going to be drama. For you to say there's not going to be drama or no drama, that there's drama. So for me, it's kind of an offset, just being honest with you. Okay. It's almost like telling a child no and You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to do it type thing. But for me, that information, the no cancellations, no refunds, no exchanges, that is where I put into the description of my items when I push start. The no drama, I would just completely wipe that out of everything. Okay. Drama happens, realize you have control to kick them out of your room, block them. Okay. I don't think it needs to be said. None of us want any drama, right? I love that you're a human trafficking awareness advocate. Love that. Animal foster and rescue volunteer. Love that. Um, I would go in there and on your phone do this, okay? On your phone, edit this profile and add some more emojis in there. I would probably put your asshole sister Volt. I would push enter, come down a line, put human trafficking awareness advocate. I'd put some doggies in there, or excuse me, whatever it is you want to put there as emojis. Come down again, put animal foster and rescue, put some doggies in there. Um, and just play with that profile. Keep everything to the left of clips where eyes, right? I love, again, I think you can be creative with your show to really capture that audience with that profile picture. Okay. If you want to keep this one, great. I just wouldn't do them all the same. And I would be using a really creative way to brand yourself. Okay. Your shop, that's not going to work. The shop's not going to work. You've heard what I said, right? What I've said to everybody. Your shop isn't going to work. Beautiful items, great items, but you're not doing them any justice in your titles. Your titles stink. Okay. I'm never going to find your cocktail ring if I go on Google and type in cocktail ring. You're going to be on page 198. Okay. You're going to be page 200. You're going to be page 2000. I will never find your items in the world because you have not done them justice by giving them keywords in their titles. You know how many peridot earrings, if you go to Google right now, are going to pop up? Studs, jewelry, okay? Green, 14 karat gold, sterling silver, Kate Spade, whatever brand name they are, Zelles, I don't know. But you have done them an injustice because you have not put enough information in there. You need to go change these. Add more. Red, vintage, cocktail ring, size 8, size 9. Okay. I want you to sell stuff. I know that I sound like, listen, I'm just telling you like it is. I'm not going to beat around the bush and blow smoke up your butt. Okay. Go in there and add more details. Okay. Come back. Let me know when you're done. Once you get that fixed, holler at me next week. Send me a DM. Again, I'll send you my honest opinion. Great stuff. Great idea. Absolutely love your name. I'm not going to discourage you from the name. I love the name. I think that you can really utilize that name. It's not so much that it's dirty, it's not clean, but it's not provocative, and people will remember it. And I think you can be very playful with the name and really take off. Okay. If you offer quality items at a quality price, listen, you've got a name and it is rememberable. Okay, who's next, Faye? Clement. Thank you so much. You guys, if you're not following Faye West Designs, again, I want to shout these folks out. Faye West Designs, a fellow Okie, she has a get together. If you're an Oklahoman, you live up kind of in the eastern part of Oklahoma, like Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, Oklahoma area. She has a get together and hit her up. We'd love to have you. Um, you know, I'm not for sure what the date is, Sandy. I'm gonna have to. We'll have to talk. Um, but she is the person that really drove me to doing these shows. She donates just as much time and helping and doing these things in the background. She might not be live, but she's in the background working. So if you like what I say, you like who I am, you like what I'm about, I would definitely tell you to go follow her and hang out with her, watch her. Like I say all the time, she's like Silver Dollar City of Joy. You can watch her make it. So, Clement, are you in the house? Clement, Couture. There you are. Thank you so much. Same thing with your profile picture. I have no idea what I'm walking into. Okay. If I cover up your name right now, I have no idea who you are. Utilize that profile picture to capture your audience and make a statement when you walk in the room. If you walk into the meeting and you got them red heels on, everybody notices, right? That is what I want you to do with your profile picture. I want you to stand out. I want you to pop. I want to know it's you walking into my room. Again, I know that you're doing something with couture. I expect that. That's what your name is. So I walk in. Couture to me is Saks Fifth Avenue, Hermes, Gucci, Prada, Armani, Ferragamo, Givenchy. Couture to me is you are at that top level of what you're doing. That is my thought process. Okay. Before I ever walk into your room. This is Tammy. I think your picture, you continue with that cameo picture, but the elements of the softness of the words in the actual picture itself, you have to enhance 1,000,000%. Okay. Sold 509 items, 926 followers, under 1 day shipping, 5.0 rating. When I come into your room, listen, couture better be hitting me in the face. Again, you're a beautiful person, Tam. Every one of your profile pictures is the same. You want to use this every now and then? Great. But when I walk into your room, I want to see couture. I don't want to see the animated, automated AI picture. I want to see what you're trying to sell me. You got gemstones, you got designer, put it in your picture. Okay. This will not get me in. I will not enter your show because of this picture. Show me something that I want to walk into. Okay. Why do you think when you go to the mall, okay, they have the glass windows and they have all these mannequins up front? Okay. You walk by the Hermes store and built into the building is this showcase. And in that showcase is that Hermes purse. Because if it was just a wall and I couldn't see in there, I would never walk in. Okay. Think of that with like your business. Show me what you got. Give me a little sneak peek. Entice me. Get me to walk in those doors. Okay. Just because everybody else is doing all this AI crap and creating these profile pictures listen, do you think when you go to the store or to the mall or to any couture place, they're going to have an animated picture up? Mm-mm. No. Okay. I expect when I enter your room to see some couture. Okay. That's what I expect. Beautiful items. I go into your show. That's what I expect to see. Again, you need to work on some of your profile verbiage. You need to take out some commas here and there. You need to add some more keywords and key elements to some of these listing titles. And this is what I would tell you guys. If you're using a coding system, I'd much rather that be in the actual picture itself versus your title. Okay. See, a lot of you guys do this. Okay. I would much rather, let me put my lens back on here. And I understand inventory and why you guys do this. But see where that C416 is? I'd much rather you take a picture with a piece of paper or a little star that says C416 than to put it in your title. Okay? Because when I go to Google search, that's coming to my Google search, and that might be an offset for people. Okay. So again, Judith, you've got Judith, comma, Ribka. Get rid of the comma. Should be just Judith, Ribka, silver and black pendant necklace, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 inch. Okay. Rope necklace. Is that black onyx? Is it sterling silver? Okay. Just some key words I would play with. Okay. Hope that helps in some way, shape, or form. Pictures are great. Love those. For me, again, as you're doing your inventory, how hard is it to, and you could do it really classy, okay? When you take your picture, C416 somewhere in your picture versus in the title of your item. Black onyx sterling. I would be putting those words in there. Okay. Break up some of the monotony in your pictures. Okay. Break up some of the monotony in these pictures. Okay. Crop some of these pictures. You're using a tint. You're using a tint. I can tell. Your tints normally come with a blue background, a gray background, a green black background. Again, you got lots of necklaces. I would be breaking up the monotony of those background pictures. Okay. Change those things. Come back and ask me to look again. Okay. Why not list on another platform? Fees, live. Um, Again, I've used most of the other platforms. Um, I know that there's a couple other live ones going. Whatnot, you're going to be charged what, 27, 35% these days. This platform, you're looking at about 11%. You tell me why not to list over there. Fast, there's buyers. Um, it's growing. I mean, how many reasons do I got to tell you? Like, for me personally, I pretty much shut down my eBay. We used to keep 50,000 listings ID listed. Did $500,000 in sales on there a year. This is so much easier and so much faster. The expenses, the fees, you know, I don't know what else to tell you. Um, some of the other new ones, I will tell you that lots of counterfeit, lots of junk, a lot of scams. It doesn't have the security as yet. Is Whatnot perfect? No. Is eBay perfect? And they've been around 20 years longer, right? Understand that Whatnot is growing, it is changing, it is making better. Nothing is perfect. They definitely want to protect everybody, and it's not as easy as you think. There's a lot of building behind the scenes. They've got what, 1,600 employees, and they're looking for new people all the time. But why this platform versus somebody else? Down to it, some of the best buyers and sellers in the world right here. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Well, that's great. That's awesome. I don't know how it made your other sales go up, but um, again, redirecting to any other platform is against terms of service, and so be careful if you're driving traffic from here to somewhere else. Thank you so much. Finding Treasures with Amy. Love the name. Simple, easy. Karma, send me a message. Again, if you ever have anything that you would suggest or you want to change or you think, again, we can ask, we can put it into like a spreadsheet or into a thing and we can suggest it. It's really taken into consideration. You know, again, there's a lot of things that continue to grow and change and get better. There's trial, there's errors, there's reasons they do or don't do things. So, just understand that. Finding treasures with Amy. Are you in here? Amy Stuck. I would get rid of your last name. I'd really listen. You got some beautiful flowers. I'm a flower guy. Believe it or not, used to have flowers delivered once a week to the house. Um, I would really make this really, really colorful. Make those flowers pop. Okay. What are you doing, Momo? We're gonna say hi to Momo in a second. So come here. Oh, my big boy. Oh. Amy, you got a lot of work to do. Okay. You need to go in there and play with your profile. I know. I love you too. More details. We all have family and kids, and I'm not trying to be mean. Listen, be creative. A lot of people will bypass your life story. I really want you to use that profile information to really brand yourself and create an image as to what you're trying to sell us. Modern, new, old, vintage jewelry. Each one of them have commas after them. Get rid of that. Um, just put modern, new, vintage, antique jewelry. Okay. You're only using two categories, which are modern and vintage. You're leaving out um, what? What are you doing? You're leaving out a category that possibly could pick you up new customers. Okay. Name is great. Try to create an image that sticks in our brain. Get rid of the last name, in my opinion. Get some items in your shop. Come back. Let me know when you got it done. Do it. Fabric sells on the platform. Just realize it's heavy, and you're gonna have to play with the dynamics of those shipping profiles. So you can mention Instagram and you can mention TikTok as long as you're not redirecting to another platform where you're selling things. So if I tell you, hey, listen, go over to my TikTok shop, that's against terms of service because Whatnot, you're taking a customer from Whatnot to a dynamic where they cannot control. And it's just not fair, Mike. To be honest with you, they created a platform. The customer is coming here and you're telling them to go somewhere else. You might think it's okay, but that would be like me walking into Walmart holding a Target sign going, I sell it cheaper over here 50%. That's not fair. If I owned a business and I had owned a business and somebody walked in my business and said, listen, this place sucks. My restaurant next door is cheaper and better. Listen, do you think you would last in my shop very long? Nope. So, my opinion. Yeah, I get it. I understand. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you ever have. Okay, not trying to beat you up in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying in general for everybody in this room to understand that you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's not fair. So, I'm not saying you ever have. Okay, just in general, so everybody understands. What are you doing? You want to say hi? Yeah, I'm not beating you up in any way, shape, or form. Don't be mad at me. I'm just saying in general for anybody in the room to understand how would you feel, and it's a security issue. So if I tell you, hey, go to disablevet.com and I have a store in there, and then they go in there and they buy and they get ripped off, Whatnot can't do anything about it, right? So it's a security issue. Yeah, I love the platform. I'm sure you do. I'm not. Believe me, I'm not. I say that just to, you know what I'm saying. Like everybody needs to understand that. Oh, But that's why I love it. I love the platform. I love the uniqueness. I think that you have a platform that created something, and now you have a lot of people trying to copycat it. Listen, eBay, too late for me, buddy. And you're charging way too much money. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. My opinion. Can I put Mimi instead of my name? Yeah, you can. Absolutely. And that's what I say. Put Mimi, put a nickname. I just wouldn't use your full name. You see how many bots come and go. You see there's always weird people out there. And so I don't want my full name out there. Now, if you buy something or I sell something to you, or if I'm a buyer, like, listen, you're going to get my information. But there's that transaction versus just open market full name, right? I love it. Play with it. Play with it. I love it. Listen, there needs to be a sister. Where's the sister donkey looking back? I love it. Play with it. Really make that donkey pop for me, okay? Really highlight and make it very, very bright. And I would turn the cactuses green. Turn the cactuses green and really make it pop. We know it's a donkey. The rest of it don't. The donkey, I would really make it pop and put like a tattoo on its butt, you know, that says a hole sister or something. You know what I'm saying? A brand. We call it branding, not a tattoo. What are you thinking, big dog? Can you say hi to everybody? This is Momo. If you don't know who Momo is, he's my service animal. Say, I'm a seizure alert animal, and he is amazing. He's hanging out with Grandpa. Where's Grandma? Where's Grandma? Aw. Isn't that an awesome name? We love Momo. Vintage RX 85. Are you in the room? Absolutely. It was my pleasure serving this country. Again, I love God. I love the United States of America. We live in the best country in the world. Our politics suck sometimes. But listen, we as a people are and as a nation are amazing and represent freedom. You know? Are you tired? Huh? Are you tired? Was that my tired memo? Um, who was it? So vintage RX 85. Are you in the room? Vintage RX 85. There you are. Thank you so much. Um, I'm thinking Momo. I know. Again, your profile picture needs the name is great. Okay, I would get rid of 85 if it's possible. I think we've had this conversation, haven't we? But that vintage RX, like, really make that pop. Okay, really make that pop. I mean, I'm going to show you. You see what I see. Again, you created it, so you know. Hold on, Mama. Like Grandpa, you can sit here by Grandpa. Hold on. There you go. You sit right there by Grandpa. Okay. Can you tell what's in your picture? Okay. Whatever that is in the background needs to pop. If those are jewels, like, they need to stand out, like, really, really good. Okay. I would definitely make the vintage RX 85 pop if that's the name you're going to stick with. It needs to punch me in the face. It needs to be very bright. Um, your show is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Your show name is Low Start True Vintage Buyers Giveaway. I think that you can rename that in a way that is enticing. Okay. When you say there's just a buyer's giveaway, I mean, that kind of is an offset for people. I would just put giveaways. Again, you just want them to come into your show. You don't want to ever scare them off, right? Before they ever enter the door, it's like you want everything to be enticing, right? It's like holding the apple in front of the donkey. And if that apple was rotten and already eaten, he wouldn't follow it. Low start true vintage. For me, I would put in there vintage, antique, costume, jewelry, show. If you want to add the word giveaway, great, but I wouldn't put in the word buyer giveaway. Okay. A lot of your other shows, I would play with the dynamics. Again, you're not a big seller yet. You can't do what the big sellers do, where you're leaving out information in those titles of your show. Like the next one, all you put is $2 Tuesday, costume jewelry. Rings is in the picture. That's all I see is rings. That should be in your title. Sterling silver, antique, modern, vintage. Those are words that I would be putting in the title of those shows. Okay. $2 starts great. Love that. I would do that. If you go to $5 start, don't do that. Okay. $1 start, $2 starts is awesome. It looks like you have a Louis Vuitton buyer's giveaway. Um, if you're giving away Louis Vuitton, I might be there. Like, listen, Gina, here I come. Um, Giveaway. You've got the actual image of the buyer's giveaway, so that's great. I don't think you need to put that into your title, though. I love you too, Momo. Um, I would also put the word Louis Vuitton in there. If you're giving away Louis Vuitton, you got Louis Vuitton in your show. Make sure it's legit. Okay. Don't sell anything you don't know or can't prove is real, even as a giveaway. Okay. What are you doing? Do you want to get down now? You can get down. You can go lay down. Good dog. Um, Vintage red art glass silver tone bracelet. Vintage plastic round thermometer stick pin. Costume rings. Unmarked silver. Don't add any slashes. Okay. It takes away from your search engine availability or findability. Anytime how you put that slash after the word silver, just put silver, white floral stretch bracelet. And no commas, no slashes, no dashes in your titles. Pictures are great. I would say your titles are great. Okay. Really be creative with your picture. And again, as the picture gets bigger in your show picture, it's great. As a profile picture, it's really hard to see because you have a lot of ambers and dark colors. As I look at the picture in your show, okay, it looks great. As a profile picture, we have no idea what those are. Okay. So for me, I would take this vintage RX 85 and really make it punch me in the face. I would add some colors to the cameos, really make those bright, almost like a neon purple. Okay. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's what you almost have to do for it to show up in this smaller image. If that's the image you want to use. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Come back, make a few changes and holler at me, okay? Make a few changes, come back, holler at me again. It's just my honest opinion. Um, you don't like it, throw it out the window. Cactus Vintage. Who's next? Um, what do I think about paid promo? Let me lots of new people in here. I know there's a lot of people that want me to look at the profiles. Let's talk about a couple things. Okay. There are 7 things that I recommend to anybody on the platform. Okay. There are things that I've utilized in the beginning of my whatnot life here is that I realized again that none of them are really provable, but they're common sense things. Okay. So listen to me. If you have a notepad and pen, do these things as a new seller. You want to get more people in your show? I believe that the algorithm that was written, these 7 things will help get people in your show. Didn't write it. I have no clue what it says. This is my opinion. Okay. Can't prove any of it. Of course, we know 2 of them are factual, right? And those are the paid options. You can do a 15-minute paid promotion. And you can also do 1 hour up to the entire duration of your sale. As a new seller, those can be very, very expensive. And sometimes it's not in your budget. I understand that. So if those are not in your budget, throw the 15-minute out the window, do the 1 hour promotion. Okay. Again, if you don't toggle on or adjust it, it's gonna promo your entire show. So you go up to the right hand corner and you can toggle on and then select 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. I'd much rather you do the 1 hour promo over the 15 minutes. Common sense, right? It's promoting you for an hour versus 15 minutes. Um, Also, look at the cost. Look at your show summary and see what that analysis actually did for you. If the return of investment is not there, call it ROI, then it doesn't make sense for you right now. Okay, it might make sense for you somewhere else. Those promotions are all based on the time of day and the interaction and activity on the platform. Okay. There are certain times like Sundays at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, where those promotions could be anywhere from uh $45 up to 80 or $90 per hour. Okay. As new sellers, if you'll run in some off times and do those promos, it'll be a lot cheaper. Okay. Because there's not as much activity, there's not as many sellers on, because you're competing with all those people that have paid for promotions. So, in stating that, those are 2 things that you can do. Those are paid options. Here's the other 5. One, do over 2 hour show. It is a proven fact. Actually, Whatnot has a little calculator out there that after 2 hours, your numbers go up. Okay. You can do a calculation of how many more sales and all this other crazy stuff. But over a 2 hour show gains more viewers. You'll start seeing a lot more traffic. Okay. So staying on for longer periods of time, meaning, listen, comfortable chair, great lights, cold drink. You know what I'm saying? I got my whole lemonade here. Um, Making yourself able to do an over 2 hour show. What does it take for you to do that? Okay. You got MS, you have back pains, whatever it be. You have a disability. Listen, figure out how you can do over 2 hours comfortably. You know what I'm saying? The more comfortable you are, the more comfortable you are selling. Your customers feel that in your voice, in what you state. You know what I'm saying? So make you a comfortable atmosphere. That's number 3. Number 4, interaction. So many of you, I almost get, it's like, listen, I'm on a Facebook whatnot page, and probably the number one thing I see on there, and I comment all the time, is I can't get anybody in my room. You haven't done your homework. You have not done your homework. And I'm just saying it like it is. Well, what do you mean, Brock? Like I think I've done everything. No, you haven't. If you are not getting people in your room, you have not reached out to your real world, your friends, your coworkers, the baseball team, your neighbors, people that go to church with you, your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your third cousin. Um, Listen, if those people care about you and love you, they'll come hang out with you. And it really brings down that anxiety when there's somebody in the room that you know, you love, and you trust. Do your homework. Okay. Get them involved. Say, listen, Gina, I want to send you this whatnot code. You get free $15. Come into my show, buy something from me. You get the item, I get the 15 bucks, and I get an extra $5 for you, for me referring you to the platform. So you've just gotten $20 free money from whatnot, and your friends, family, or whoever just got a free item. Hello? How much sense does that make? Okay. Refer, refer, refer. If you're not getting the traffic on the platform, create your traffic. Make your traffic. Okay. What happens is if you got 5 family members, 5 people you know in your room, and they're buying stuff, somebody else pops in and goes, "Oh my goodness, that's a good deal. I got to get on this too." That's how it works. It's like dominoes, right? Have fun, be enthusiastic. You know, nobody wants to hear about all your problems, right? Like, I got my own. I don't need to hear about yours. Be fun, be energetic, tell your story, be, connect, and however you can connect. The people that you are supposed to be in your room will find you, point blank, you know? Um, so what number is that? Number 4, 1, 2, 2 hour, um, getting people in your room. Let me see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, tapping on the screen. So if you ever go into whatnot, in the category that you go to, what you will see is you will see its own little thing, little square, and it says Premier Sellers. Premier Seller is somebody that sold over $50,000 in 3 months. It recalculates each month. They have some of the highest scores as far as feedback and shipping. Like, they're doing everything right. Okay. Um, that's one thing. Skip down a few, and there's a thing that says momentum sellers. Well, what is momentum? Anything, it's that train, chugga chugga chugga, it's going, right, it's moving. If whatnot sees, it's going, listen, it understands you're selling things, you got your friends and family and they're buying things, you're creating momentum. Whatnot wants to throw people into your show because you're selling stuff, you're making money, they're making money. That's momentum. People tapping on the screen, if you'll tap the little hearts right now, that's momentum. Is it proven? No, but go Google, what does tapping on the screen and whatnot do? Google thinks the same thing I do. Okay. Will whatnot say that it does? They won't deny or confirm, right? But my opinion, tapping on the screen's got to do something, right? Conversating in my chat, y'all are talking, y'all are making jokes, y'all are, a-hole sisters, right? Those are all momentum. What else would be momentum on this platform? Common sense, right? What's momentum? Selling things, talking, conversating, being active, creating activity, right? That's momentum. Becoming a premier seller. What happens with premier seller? You go from an 8% down to 7.2% plus 2.9 plus 30 cents. We say 0.8%. Okay. Well, listen, I'll take 0.8% for just being successful. Hallelujah. 0.8% of $1 million. How much money did I just make? Okay. Also, I will say this. If you're a buyer on the platform, if you have a Capital One card, jump into your Capital One account, type in whatnot, there's a savings. You can get 2% rebate on any of your purchases on whatnot. Do what, Brock? Yeah. Capital One account holders, listen, they're not paying me anything. Either party, you should be. Capital One, jump in your Capital One, sign in, go in, search whatnot. There is a 2% rebate on any of your purchases on whatnot. Go to PayPal, sign up for a PayPal business card or a PayPal card. You get 1% back there. I just saved you 3% on every purchase you make on whatnot. You're welcome. That is why you guys like me. It's not because I'm the funniest. It's not because I'm the smartest. It's like Bill Gates says, I like Bill Gates says he likes lazy people because they find the easiest way to do things. That's me. I like the easiest way to do things. Am I lazy? Absolutely not. But do I find the easiest way to do things? You better believe it. It's the beard and the voice. Listen, what would y'all do if I just cut all this off? It'd grow back in about 3 months, but right? Saving y'all money. Did I cover all like 7 of them? I'm sure there's a couple I've missed here. Um, again, write those things down. Over 2 hour show, the 2 promo tools, clicking, tapping on the screen, having conversations, becoming a premier seller. I've missed 1 or 2 here. People buying stuff. Also make friends. As a new seller, if you sit over the corner by yourself, listen, your growth rate is going to be a lot slower than anybody else that's in and being active on the platform. Jump into other people's shows, have conversation, make friends, find your vibe. Not everybody's my vibe, and nor do I expect for me to be everybody else's vibe. Okay. Find your vibe. You know what I'm saying? If you're a churchy person, go find your churchy people. If you're an a-hole sister, go find your a-hole sister people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you, I fought for the freedoms of this country so that we can all have our own vibe. And we don't have a government saying you got to do this and you got to do that. You got to go to this church. You got to have this haircut, right? Listen, find your vibe. That's what makes America great. Okay. Next, please find your tribe. Like, listen, in your tribe, listen, if I could only turn my phone around and see how much information we conversate every day. My tribe, there's pictures and there's conversation. Like I'm on the round table doing my thing, and like I didn't turn off my notifications. And it's like ding 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 ding. um, he came in and told me, "What are you doing?" Again, I'm gonna pin this for you for just coming in. Best $4 you'll spend. I don't make any money. No, that should be good. So you gonna go with you? Night night, Momo. Okay. Let me pin this for you. Any of you folks trying to create shipping, um, best. I'm telling you, this is the best shipping information you get. It's the number one issue most people have. Don't sit in the corner, make friends, be active. Adorn. What I would tell you is go in, jump on my YouTube. You can watch this entire show all over. We've covered about 2 hours of that. So go in, watch that show again, or buy this brochure. It is 3 pages, front, back. What did I do with it? And it really, we're almost out of these, and I need to reorder. I think I have one sponsorship available after this one. Okay, create several of these. This is how I do it. That's how they do it. Tips and tricks. Okay, it's the best $4 you'll spend. I don't make any money off these. Matter of fact, I have to have 2 sponsors to cover the cost of it, or I wouldn't be able to provide it at that price. So, um, that's the best thing I would tell you is to go back, look at my profile information. You'll see YouTube, and you can watch 2 hours of this entire show of just shipping. Okay. Did I miss number 6 and 7? Did you miss number 6 and 7 of what? You don't have to. You're not supposed to. You can if you want to. It's the best $4 you'll spend. You can go into one of those big seller shows that he or she teaches you just 1 page front and back, and it's more about them than anything. But you know, this actually has information that'll help you. Okay. Set up a bunch of these. This isn't just a one-time thing here. You just set up several. Seller hub down at the very bottom, middle. Okay. Up top right, you'll see 3 little lines. You'll click on that. Scroll down to shipping profiles. Click on that. Plus sign. Create you several of those that fit your need. Whatnot is full of trolls. Listen, I know it's getting better. I've seen a lot less, but it's an active thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's it's almost impossible. Once they get blocked from forever, where they can't even download it on their phone anymore. But it's like anything else, right? Like, you jump on TikTok, you jump on Instagram. It's impossible to weed out every troll. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I don't use a tape gun. You want to see how fast I am? I don't want a tape gun. I'm quick, baby. I'm a professional. I got no tape gun for me. Then I got to do this and this. And listen, Gina. Hold on. Box. Okay. Finger here. Put a little tape on one side. A lot quicker than a tape gun, baby. I'm good though. I've been doing this a long time. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. It's just a box. I'm not trying to sell you an eBay box, I promise. I'm ready for a whatnot box, aren't you guys? Boom, baby. Listen, tape guns is too much for me. Then it's got those little spiky teeth. I'm always getting my fingers on those. Too much time. You get DNA for free. Listen, guarantee you there's a lot more on that box than my DNA. Goes through those, all those. Next, listen, see this? They keep me on my toes around here. Lily! Lily Bugs Collections. Lily's Bugs. Are you up in this joint? All right. Profile picture. Have no idea what it is. Expect to walk into a room full of bugs. Really, really draw those pictures out. Make those profile pictures smack me in the face. Right now, it just looks like almost something green with a heart. Am I even close? Look at Lady K's. Okay. I really know what she is, who she is. Okay. Every time she says something in the room, look at yours. Make it pop. It's a great name. I think that you can be really creative and really make that pop. Um, and let us know when you enter the room. So I would definitely play with those color schemes and enhance that picture. Yeah, it's a flower. Like, listen, and you got your name on it. It should all be popping. It's too dreary. It's too dark. Jean and Lilybug is my daughter. We love jewelry, art, rocks, and books. Well, I love books. We will be doing a new adventure together and look forward to making new friends and selling great items. Okay, take it out of the verbiage. Again, keep it all to the left. Nobody will read it. Edit on your phone. Edit your profile on your phone. Add some emojis. Look at my profile. Okay, straight down. People won't read all of it. Okay, Jen and Lily. Okay, uh, jewelry, art, rocks, books. We are new. Come join us. Hang out with us. Right, like be creative in there. You know, you got a lot of bookmarks for not selling anything yet. How did you get all those bookmarks? Have you had this listing up for a while? I expect pearls in the show, just so you know. Lilybug's collection, first show, great givings. Don't know what I'm getting into. Really need to put in there first show. The very first thing you should say is first show. People love first shows. Why? Because we know that you have great items, and I'm probably going to find some great things. I'll probably find some great stills. I'll probably be able to get things at a reasonable price. You don't know. everything quite yet. It's your first show. You're anxious to make that first sell. So I personally love first shows. I go and I type in first show. The very first words in the title of this should be first show. Costume, antique, vintage jewelry should be the next words. Okay. That would be what I would do. If you want to add something else after that, great, whatever. But my very first thing would say first show, vintage, antique, costume, sterling, pearls, show. No commas, no underslashes, all capped. Hello, here I am. This is my billboard, baby. In your shop, different. Why do we have a $400 random pulls? Just very interesting listing there. Like, not really for sure that what that's all about. Vintage sterling enamel black and white floral bracelet. Is there a designer on that? Prime art and jewel. You've left out the word bracelet. Left out any kind of designer, size. Okay. We'll never find that. We have no idea what that is. That one's the best one I've seen so far. Yeah, I like that listing. That one looks great. That one and that one. Look at the difference. Okay. Yeah, don't scare people off either. Okay. I know. In the beginning of this creation, this store, you're doing your first show. I want you to have items that you are willing to sell and let go. Okay. I do not want you to set yourself up for failure and not make one single sell. Set yourself up to sell some stuff. Okay. Do not make it a show of all these pieces of jewelry that start at 25, 50, 75, $100. Okay. If that means you coming down to a mediocre level where it's $5 items and $10 items, great. I'd much rather you do that than to do a show of 4, 5, 600, $50 items. Okay. Set yourself up for success, especially, a lot of new companies when they start, what do? You get a coupon in the mail that says buy one, get one free, um, or $5 off coupon, right? They're enticing the buyer to buy the product and to continue to come back and buy it again and again and again. But if I don't know and it's pricey, I'm not going to buy it, right? But if I can get you to try it and you like it, same thing with your store here. If I come into your store and I like your attitude, I like your prices, I like what you're doing, I'm going to come back to your next show. Okay. If you schedule one show, always have a second show scheduled, no matter what. Because I come to your show and I like you and I love you. You don't have anything else for me to bookmark. Listen, I forget about you in a week. Okay. Come back, make some changes, holler at me and let me know what you think. Hey, babe. Hey, guys. This is my daughter. Isn't she pretty? Look at that smile. You're glowing. Do you have a hard day? Oh, I love you. Glad you're home. What are you doing tomorrow? Oh, okay. Be careful. Don't drop it. Okay. Oh, this is my great day. Hey, come here. Chewy. Chewy. Come here, Chewy. You want to say hi? Chewy. Chewy, look up here. Look up here. Yeah. Are you pretty, dog? Are you my pretty dog? Yes, you are. Oh, give me kisses. Yeah, good dog. I love you. And then you got her too back here. That's Jazzy girl. Hi, Jazzy. Are you pretty dog too? Huh? She just sleeps all the time. What do you think? Huh? Are you good, dog? Hey, you want a bite? You want a treat? Here you go. All right, go lay down. Listen, learning is fun, right? Again, so many of you get so anxious and so worried. Listen, take a step back, think about what you're doing, think about where you're going, have a plan. If the plan doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. You can do it. At the end of the day, this is the best community. You start your show and you have screwed up everything. I guarantee you there's somebody in your show that says, hey, listen to me, do this, do that. Okay. It's an amazing community. I tell people always be active, see something, say something. If something isn't right, whether it be a seller or a buyer, report it. You see counterfeit things being sold, report it. You see something that you just don't feel good about, report it. Because if you have that feeling, more than likely it's needs to be reported. But listen, just have fun. It's like going on your first date, right? You're nervous, you've done everything right, you've dressed up, you've taken a shower, you shaved your legs, you cleaned out your ears, and you think you're ready, and you walk out the door and you spill a Coke on you, right? Or you trip and fall, or you pass gas, whatever it be, right? Listen, it's going to be okay. It's not the end of the world. It'll be all right. I know those are some really weird analogies there, but you know, it is what it is. Just have fun. I got a raid. Who raided me? 925 Silver Lux. Now listen, if you go in there, what do you expect? 925, right? Which I know they sell silver. Um, they have excellent support. They have sold 19,000 items, have 13,000.4 followers. I will tell you that's all organic following. Their next show is tomorrow at 11 a.m. Natural gemstones jewelry, Native American inspired copper jewelry. Okay. Thank you so much for your raid. I hope you had a wonderful show. This is a seller help show. It's not a jewelry show, just so you know. If you don't need help, you don't want help, just keep on scrolling, baby. But if you'd like to learn a little bit, we do this every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Help folks out. You've bought too much from 925 and it's time to sell it. This is where you learn how to do it right here, baby. You're ready to learn. Listen, you're ready to learn right here. Every Wednesday night, we've been on for 4 hours. I did a show before that. Did a 3 hour show, made 500 bucks in 3 hours. And we're not talking expensive stuff like two, three, $4 items, 10-second sudden death. You know, you can do it too. Super fast, super easy. And neckties. Neckties. Everything can sell. Remember that. No matter what it is, we're in the month of May. June and July will be selling neckties, and they sell. Absolutely. Sergeant, thank you so much. Yes, yes, Violet. Violet, are you here? You're screwed. There's nothing you can do. You already created the label. The cost is going to come out of your pocket. There's nothing to really do. Um, I would say that you learned a lesson. It might be in a little expensive a lesson, but there's not a whole lot you can do. Now, has it been shipped? Again, I'm not for sure if you can go in there and cancel it or readjust it, or the dynamics there as far as that. But if it's already been shipped, There's nothing you can do. Violet. Violet Compton. Well, you've already heard me, I hope. I would definitely Violet. You're a beautiful woman. Okay. It's a great picture, but I would much rather you try to brand yourself. Okay. Create a branding picture. 5.0 rating, 317 items sold, 1.2 thousand followers. Next show is Saturday at 4 p.m. Think about this, you guys, too, as you're doing these shows, especially new sellers. When are people getting off work? When are people in their car driving home? 4 p.m. is kind of one of those times that I stay away from just because I know that I lose a huge amount of customer base because a lot of women are out coming home from work or stopping by the grocery store, taking care of their families, cooking food for dinner. That 4 p.m. time, I'm just not a fan. It doesn't do well for me. For new sellers, I always recommend early in the morning or late at night, just because the big sellers are on. They've gone down for the day. They treat their whatnot as a business. So normally a lot of them run between the hours of 8 and 4 o'clock, and then they're done. New sellers, a lot of folks on the app, early in the morning, really late at night. That is when you're going to get your most raids. During the day, you'll get hardly any raids because if I raid into a big seller, I'm hoping that they call me out. Again, if you raid into somebody in your own category, it makes no sense to take a bunch of people in jewelry and throw them into a card show. You've done nothing. Okay. You've done nothing. You haven't helped them. You've done nothing. Those people are not there to buy cards. Grandma has no idea who Kevin Durant is, more than likely, and she does not want his card. Okay. Vice versa. You take a bunch of card guys and, hey, listen, here's some costume jewelry. They're going to look at you like you're nuts, right? How many of your husbands have bought costume jewelry? None of them, unless you're weird like me, right? So Violet, I would definitely create a different profile picture, really enhance it, make it pop, make it brand yourself. Okay. The Duck Blind, hosted by Little Ducklings. Welcome to the Duck Blind Raid Train. Home decor, vintage, and glass decor. Okay. Yeah. So is that when you did that raid train, was that what she wanted you to put? Because for me, I would have put in that tile vintage glass, because that word is a lot of that's pretty high on the search engines within whatnot is the word vintage glass. Um, 1.2 thousand followers. Okay. Again, like 925, when I look at his profile or her profile, I can tell you that it's an organic following. Do organic followings. Again, I will say this again. Do not, do not, do not go in, tip, or pay somebody to call you out. Spend that money on yourself. Use that money to promote your own show. Okay. All you're doing is lining these big sellers' pockets, and it's a game. It is not resourceful or helpful to yourself. Okay. I would rather see you promote your own show. I am never going to tell you, hey, come in, give me $50 and I'll promote you. I'll call you out. You'll never hear me do it. I feel weird about it. I feel wrong about it. And I wouldn't do it. I want you to spend the money on yourself. Okay. Uh, your verbiage, nobody's going to read it. Go in there, look at my profile, cut it down, edit it on your phone. Party in the USA raid train. Glass decor, holiday, and vintage. Same thing there. I would love whoever's creating these raid trains, if they're making you use that exact verbiage. I would say, hey, listen, is it okay if I put in there vintage glass or vintage decor or holiday? Okay. Um, Listen, raid trains are for a lot of people. They're not for me. I've done 4 of them in a year and a half, under a year and a half. I'm not a raid train type of guy. Why? Is because I've built my customer base organically, and doing a 1 hour show or a 30-minute show and charging somebody 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 bucks, and then them going to another show. Again, it works. I get it. I understand it. If the customer base is willing to do it, great. I like to run very long shows. I think that has been a lot of my success on the platform is because you rotate through so many customers when you do these long shows. Okay. Everybody has times when they're down. Okay. Running long shows, you get a customer rotation base that is constant. It's constantly changing, constantly moving. There's new blood in the water, right? Um, Raid trains just aren't my thing. Now I'm kind of playing with it where I'm going to do one, and it's going to be a competitive type thing. And it's going to be more about the fun than it is anything else, right? And it's not going to be like any other raid train you jump into. Okay. It's going to be a raid train where it's a freaking competition. You can cheat. You can be as creative as you want to. There's 5 categories. It's going to be most sells. Okay. I'm going to put $500 in gift cards out there. Each category, the winner is going to get that gift card. Now, listen, I can win my own category. You're coming to take my gift card from me, and it's in the jewelry section. Most sells, most giveaways, um, highest items sold. I forget the other 2. There's 5 categories. And so I think it's just going to be fun, right? And I don't care how you get the sales. At the end of the day, it's most sales, most money, right? However you want to be creative in that, however you can get your customer engaged, I don't care. And so I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to win. I don't want you to take my gift cards. They're mine, right? So I just want it to be fun. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it's against terms of service. Just saying. Yeah. Like, listen, I don't want on any kind of raid train where they're charging me. Listen, I saw a thing last week where the lady was charging to come into a private show. Can't do that either. Listen, I just no. It blows my mind some of this stuff. Always, oh, this is the thing. Oh, people feed on new sellers, right? Realize somebody's trying to feed off you. Go on to the next. Okay. You don't need that. There's no reason that you need to pay to get onto somebody's rate train. Okay. Find you another one. Okay. Is what I would say. I would tell you Rustic Rose Jewelry, if you're a jewelry seller. I forget who runs that now. Faye West might be in here. But they really look at new sellers, really aim at helping new jewelry sellers. At the end of the day, I'm constantly scrolling looking for a great deal. I stop when I see a great deal. If you have several great deals, I'm coming in, I'm buying. You know, when I show up, I'm going to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. That's me. But it has to be a good deal. As a biggest seller, yes, I do buy from other people on the platform, even though I don't need to. There's 50,000 pieces of jewelry sitting over here. Okay. But if it's a good deal and I can make 20 or 30% off your stuff, I'll buy. If I can't make nothing, I'm not buying it. Doesn't make any sense for me. So, and that's just being honest and open. You know, if I'm in there at the right time and you've got great items at a great price and I can mark it up and make money, I'll buy it. If not, doesn't make sense, I'm not buying it. And then you have a retail customer that's just buying it to keep it. But a lot of you new sellers, you'll realize that some of the bigger dogs are in your shows buying from you because they can make money. That's fine. That's okay. Any transaction is better than no transaction. Again, I'm going to cover this again. How long do you give a show with no activity? I have never, ever had a show under 25 people in it, ever. From the beginning till today, never. You create the activity. You haven't done your homework. You haven't invited your friends. You haven't invited your relatives. You haven't invited your neighbors. You haven't invited your baseball team. You haven't invited, your coworkers, your teachers, whatever it be. Create the activity. Send them that $15 code. They get free 15 bucks. You get a $5 referral for referring them. They get to come in and buy something from you. Ultimately, you get their $15. So now you've pocketed $20 and they've got something. What sense does that make? My voice? You think it's my voice? No, I think it's just a great deal at a great price and just rolling, creating the demand. Creating a demand is a lot of it. Okay. You don't have to take a big loss to create a demand. And the example I'm going to give you is who would have thought Beanie Babies would have been $1 trillion company? We were waiting outside stores. We were sleeping in our cars. Black Friday, we're sleeping in tents out in front of Best Buy. You know what I'm saying? We're running over each other in Walmarts because there's a deal. Create the demand. The faster you get that, the faster you understand those dynamics. This is the platform where you can do that. You can create the demand. Okay. We're crazy people in nature. When we think we are getting a deal, we'll do whatever it takes. Right. You know what I'm saying? We will spend $500 on a beanie baby because everybody else in line behind me wants it too. It's a stuffed animal with pellets inside of it that looks like a princess. Right. Create the demand. There you go. There you go. There you go. Bing bang. You got it, Gina. You all over it, Gina. You got it. Any more tips before you got to go? Listen, I give four. Sometimes, listen, every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, tips and tricks. That's all we do, baby. I make you money. I'm here to help you. I'm here to get you on the right track. You might not like what I say, but it's the truth. Again, we've owned three very large companies. One of those companies was a live auction company where I sold millions of dollars for the state of Oklahoma every month. Had that contract over 16 years, and I did it because I enjoyed it. Thousands of people out there in front of me. I create the demand. I play with the numbers. I play with the time clocks. If there's no activity in here, all right, fine, 10 seconds. You want to create the demand? Things seem slow. All right, fine. 10-second sudden death. Whatever, Gina. You got an expensive item, jump the time up 15 seconds with 3-second increments. Play with the dynamics, play with the crowd, keep them on their toes, keep them active, keep them. You don't want the monotony, you don't want the boredness. You got to play with it. Okay. Always be playing with that time clock, always be playing with the numbers, always be playing with the conversations, dog farts, a-hole sisters, all those dynamics and conversations you create, you know, momos, friends, mods, the conversation, the connection we make with one another um, is important. So remember that. Experiment, play with it, play with your crowd. If things are bored and you ain't getting your bids, fine, screw it. I was in a show last night, General Lee. Let me call her out. She's like, fine. She just throws it all in there. Here we go. It's like, listen, I can sit here and sell all this for one money, but I'm just at a point where I'm just gonna throw it all in the pot and you guys Whatever it goes for, it goes for. Well, there was something in there I wanted. The bid got up to like $300, and I'm like, crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, you know, you got to play with an experiment and create the demand. I do this all the time too. So many of you don't do this. Choice. Gina might be after this tie, and Lady K might be after this tie. They don't know which one the other one wants. Okay. They just know, hey, I want this one and I want this one. You've just created a bidding war when you said, hey, choice. Top bidder gets to choose which one they want. And you can do this with any item. Throw up some Burberry perfume and throw up some, I don't know, Giorgio Armani perfume. Choice. They don't know what each other want. They're bidding against each other because they're worried they're going to lose the item. Okay. Offer choice, offer choice, offer choice. Professional auctioneer for over 20 years. I did it because I loved it. I know the game. I know how this works. Choice. You create the argument, you create the fight, you create the bidding war versus, okay, this tie. Well, the other lady didn't like that tie, but Lady K did. So the bid didn't raise. I only got $1 for it because nobody else wanted it. Versus, I put these both up and I've created the argument. I've created the fight, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you learned something more than anything. Again, I don't ever mean to come off in any mean demeanor or anything like that. I just say what it is. It's honest. It's my opinion. I try to help you become successful, try to help you think of different ways to experiment, play with things, create activity in your rooms. Um, you know, it's a lot of fun. And that's what I tell you. You have an amazing platform with amazing people that are supportive. They're trying to make you successful. The more money you make, the more money they make. So if you don't think they're on your side, you're out of your mind. They are amazing. If they do another summit, every one of you should sign up for it. Okay. Every one of you should sign up and try to be part of that summit. Okay. Amazing. I'm telling you, these people behind the scenes are amazing. It's not only their job, but they pour their hearts into it. So I absolutely love them. This community, there's 36 community hosts. Every one of them talked today. Every one of them had an input on how to help what they hear, what they see, positive changes for the platform. They care. And that is, listen, I see 36 of them and then I see all of you guys. Every one of you want to make this the safest, most positive platform in the world. You know what I'm saying? Their success means our success. Our success means their success. We're a working piece of the puzzle here. There's always changes, there's always dynamics, there's always building. Um, a lot of your messages, you guys might think they're automated or AI. There are personal people behind the scenes looking at these emails. If there's an issue, let support know. They'll get back to you within 48 hours most of the time. Um, just you have a platform that is building and the dynamics are amazing. Not every problem is going to be solved overnight. And I will tell you they're thinking beyond, they're progressing in so many ways. The creativeness behind the scenes is amazing. I expect wonderful things this year. I expect a lot of changes for the good. And so I love it. Listen, Well, thank you. Thank you. As long as it's positive, I mean, it can be negative. I don't care. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I get some of the negative crap too, but listen, I don't waste my time. You don't like me? Yeah, you ain't gotta be. Listen, you can block me, do whatever. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I just try to help folks. I don't get paid to do this. I love to see people successful. I love to see households putting money in their pockets. People bringing again and helping people. The karma comes back on me. This is what happens if I teach you the right way of doing things. You become successful. You bring your own people to the platform. That is more buyers for me. That is more inventory that you're bringing to it's more traffic. It's growth. Growth is good for all of us. If you drive down Main Street, you see McDonald's, you see KFC, you see Taco Bell, you see Walmart, you see Lowe's. Why do they all clump up together? Because it's Main Street, it's whatnot, right? And I know that if I jump on Old Main Street, I have all these different things that are available to me. I know if I jump on Whatnot, I have all these different categories and items available for me. That's the dynamics, right? Listen, the minute you quit learning, till the day I die, I want to be learning something new every day. If I remember it or not, right? But I love learning and listening. Um, I do these talk shows and it seems like I talk a lot. In real life, I listen a lot, but on here, I got to talk a lot. In real life, if I need to talk, I will. But you put me into a room, I'm normally the quiet one. The quietest person in the room is normally the person that really understands the dynamics. And you know what I'm saying? If you walk into a room and you think of your daddy or the person that was really smart in your family, they were probably the quiet one. Because if you're talking, you can't be listening. So listen a lot, take in a lot. I went to these whatnot seminars. I was probably the quiet one. I was listening. I was understanding the dynamics of where and what this is going. So remember that. In here, I have to talk a lot. In real life, like I'm dealing with people, sometimes I have to talk quite a bit. Um, but like my wife, she is really, really smart. She's the quiet one. And those are the ones that you got to watch out for. I forget a lot too. Thank you guys. Again, if you buy the Apexel, it will show up in 6 or 7 days. I just want to be upfront about that. Okay, we sold 45 of them. Might be a little bit of a delay. You're going to get something from me. Okay, it will show up. We've got 40 more of them coming. It is the best device. If you're a new seller, I'm just telling you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. You can jump on other platforms right now, and they've gotten really popular, so they're really expensive. It's this little pixel magnifying thing. Okay, you just put it on your phone and you touch and squeeze. What happens? And I'll show you. I don't care if you buy it from me. It will be a small delay. You will get it. Okay. So all this is, I don't care. The shipping brochure in this is what I recommend to anybody. So all you do with this, so our cameras are so stinking smart. Normally they have 2 or 3 lenses, right? And you enter in a show and it's like, oh, blurry over here, blurry over there. It's not adjusting. It's because our phones are so stinking smart. Thank you so much for the rate. Give me 1 second. So each one of these cameras is trying to do a different job. And that it's this one says, hey, focus on just this item. These are, so you get a lot of the blurriness. What you're doing is you're taking this magnification lens, and you're forcing all 3 of those cameras to look through it. So it eliminates the blurriness. There's no batteries, nothing like that. And then all you do is squeeze. Okay, that's all I'm doing in my shows. Everybody's like, Brock, how do you do that? It's this little cheap device that no batteries. It's a magnification lens. You're trying to get it on those Sterling or the Marks or the Hallmarks or something like that. Enjoy this is amazing. Okay. All I'm doing is pinching and squeezing. Every phone, iPhones, Androids have an option. And if you don't know how to do it, if it's not automatically on, which most phones it is, you can turn it on. Okay. Again, it will be 6 or 7 days before you get this. So don't be mad at me. Um, if it's a little bit delayed and you bought that, okay. We sold 40 of them in 3 days here. And I'm like, oh my goodness. But it's a great little device. I want to say this too. Lady K is in the room. Amazing jewelry seller. She ran a gold tone show tonight with Da Vinci and Monet and some really listen. I'm telling you, Lady K Jewels and that good. If you can get them to get the good stuff out, they have it. They're hoarders. They're sellers, but they're also like these collectors, but they have the goods. Okay. She's nuts about jewelry. Okay. Lady K, she's modding, she's giving some time in here. Again, my mods do an amazing job. They're always helping me. And so, they give up their time, their lives, their kids, their dinner plans every Wednesday night to come in and help me. And so be appreciative of them. Tell them thank you. Go follow them, go hang out with them. They're super cool, good vibes, very positive folks. We all have things that are going on in real life. And so just bringing each other up can be huge. Just going to say, hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. How's the kids? I appreciate you. I thank you for all you do. Thank you for modding for Brock. You know, we all like compliments. We all like to know that, hey, we've accomplished something. We're doing good. And so, thank you. I appreciate you. And they know this. They're amazing people. And I make them smile all the time. You know what I'm saying? Always trying to make them smile. They call me their little brother, their bratty brother. Have fun. Life is so stinking short. Try to find the giggles, try to find the laughs, try to find the smiles. There's a million things to be stressed out about. There's a million things to be negative about. Only if you allow them to be, right? Only if you allow them to be. Oh, absolutely. My buffalo. That's old Jim. We call him Harry Larry around here. His nickname's Harry Larry, but it's old Jimbo. We like old Jimbo. And that's his brother, Steve. And that's his other brother, Fred. And we call this Big Daddy. You know what I'm saying? His nickname's Big Daddy. And they're very low on the totem pole around here. You know what I'm saying? They're very low on the top. In this room, these are these folks fall kind of lower on the food chain. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of the house, we have the big dogs that they fall a little bit higher on the food chain. If you've never been in here before, they're a little bit higher on the food chain. And he was some of the best jerky I ever had in my life, right there. The whole house is full. Again, hey, don't be mad. It's going to take 6 or 7 days for you to get that. Okay, just so you know, please understand that. Okay, you're going to get something from me, and it might be a couple days after that arrives, but you will get it. I promise you. Okay, you can't get it anywhere cheaper or anywhere faster. There's somewhere you could buy it. It's a little bit cheaper, but it's going to take you about 2 months to get it. So, just being upfront, takes 6 or 7 days. Can you put it on your phone one more time? Put what on my phone? Oh yeah, absolutely. The thing. So again, all cameras have at least two nowadays or three. This is looks like an older phone, but it's not that old. So all you do, I'll put it on this phone, then the phone I'm using, is you simply go over those eyes. Okay. Now all three of those lenses are looking through one magnification system. Okay. Right. Every show, this is on my phone, except for this one. I've even used it tonight. Once it's on your phone, okay, your live whatnot show, I can squeeze and open that sucker. Okay. Really great for you guys that are doing jewelry. I'll show you why. See how the background is trying to adjust and is blurry? Okay. See how that is? Okay. Putting it on, you just saw me. That's what that black light was. Okay. And you can adjust it a little bit if you need to. Okay. Now watch. Okay. See how nothing in the background is trying to adjust? Okay. It's a 45 magnification, no batteries. Okay. Again, everybody understands 6, 7, 8 days. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's a great day. If you want to wait till next week to buy it, that's fine too. Then it'll be there really quick. But sold 40 of them in, I don't know, 2 or 3 days here. So, but that's why I like that, is because you can really, it takes out all the background trying to refocus and stuff like that, because you're throwing all of those into one magnification. Oh, so what I use here, I'll back it up real quick. So currently, so I created this little thing. Okay, I'm going to show it to you. I'll show you my whole thing here. So I actually created this. I'm working on a desktop, right? And so again, you have these ring lights and you can adjust these overhead and all this, blah, blah, blah. I even have a magnification one here. You know, this is probably my two best light sources. Again, my house, as you can tell above me, these are all dim lights. I have seizures, and so one of the offsets is really bright lights, and so I'm not able to have a room with like bright LEDs or anything like that. All of my bright lights are focused on my items. Okay, these are not all in my face. Okay, this little light here, I have a little metal thing here on my table. Again, my desk is a mess right now. I did a show earlier, and so everything's everywhere, right? But I have a little metal thing on my desk. It's heavy. Okay. This is a Husky tool light for under your car hood. Okay. It adjusts, it plugs in. Okay. If I'm sitting here selling a piece of jewelry, I can really get down in there and plug it in before it. One handed is not easy here. There we go. So it plugs in, never going to run out of juice. Okay. Really puts off a good vibrant light, and I can just adjust that any way, shape, or form I want to. Okay. Then I created this. Okay. This is also a ring light. I bought a laptop holder. Okay. Took all the other crap off of it. I just wanted the light and the holder. This is nice and heavy. So it sits on my desk. I'm not going to tip it over. Right. And I just simply put my phone in there. I have to plug this thing in too. Hold on. I mean, like anything, you have to find what works for you. Okay. Sure, there's a lot of better options, you guys, but what worked for me? I didn't want all this attached next to me on my desk and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? I've got some of these in the background. They don't do a whole lot. They create a little bit of imagery or some light. But this little baby right here, ripped everything off, put it into a laptop holder. Now it sits directly on my desk. Okay. And I just simply put my phone in it. You know, you create the elements that work for you. You know, I went out and I bought me a couple pieces of plywood. Forget how I even put that on there. I think I just glued it or nailed it, right? Got me some burlap, stapled the burlap to the front of it, created me a little bit of a slant. You create elements that work for you. Again, if you want to know how I made this, I'll send you the two things. They're not expensive at all. I just found an element where I can sit this on my desk and it has weight where I'm not going to tip it over, or I can pick it up and move it, right? Like, okay, need to move over here, These things, they're great overs. A lot of people don't need these because they have bright lights already. For me, I just didn't have any like over lights. I also have like a little O-ring light, but a lot of times I will set something inside this. Let's get all these pamphlets picked up. So, you create an image. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a holder for a laptop and they're heavy. Just DM me and I'll send you the link, or I'll tell you what it is if I even have them in there. You know what I'm saying? You just create little elements. And I'm always changing. You do not want your room not moving or inactive. Okay. Got me some little jellyfish. I got me a little Zoltar machine. It's not everybody's thing, but listen, it's Zoltar, right? If he's turned on. I'm just always playing with things.
Yes, you. Come on over and let Zoltar be sharing with you your
You
fortune.
know, just constantly changing, messing with things, adding things. Um, have all the tools you need. Have fun. Have you some mannequins? Have you, whatever it is you sell, create activity. I think that's really important. You don't want that brooch. That brooch is missing stuff, I think. It's missing a little pearl here and there. If you only knew how much stuff I have. Bags and bags and bags. Charm bracelets, Victorian. Okay. There's 50,000 pieces sitting here next to me. And I'm not joking in any way, shape, or form. Boxes of just joy. Okay. Do you clean? Do you repair? I can absolutely. I don't do a whole lot of it because I have so much. Now, if it's a really nice piece, yeah, maybe. I have a, a, a commercial precious metal cleaning machine where I just dump it in there and it vibrates. I can't even think of what it's called. Um, I will tell you that if you're in the jewelry category, they make a jewelry repair pin, okay, in gold and in silver. Okay, these are made for jewelry for touch up. Okay, they're not just like markers; they're actually made for jewelry. Okay, um, also little silver cleaning pads. Pretty much, you can lick these things. There's no chemical whatsoever on it. These are amazing. I wish I had an old yucky piece of silver. I'd show you. These are amazing for you folks. I don't like chemicals a whole lot, so I use these. They're amazing little tools. Everything I just said is in my Buy It Now. If you ever want to know what it is, in my Buy It Now is an encyclopedia for you guys. Okay. I don't use it a whole lot to sell my items. It's a wealth of knowledge. It's all it is. You guys selling jewelry? Took me a minute. Faye West talked me into it. Earth magnet. Sit it on your desk. Don't know if it's silver or not. Don't know if it's gold or not. Put it on that thing. If it sticks, you know for sure. If it doesn't stick, still in question, might want to test it, right? Okay. What are you up to, Treasure Trove? What's up, girly? Do I do free shipping over a certain amount? Pretty much, yeah. $4 max shipping is all I ever charge. You buy 100 items from me, and all you will spend is $4 in shipping. Okay. And that's every show. I don't care what the weight is. I entice a buyer to get involved, not necessarily buy, but to bid on items. Getting ready for Canton, are you? Listen, I need to get back down there just because I want to before it gets too doggone hot, man. Did you guys see what is that show? Uh Brimfield. Was it Brimfield? There's a Brimfield Facebook page. I was watching the videos and I thought, I am so thankful I'm not there. Like these people are running each other over. Like they were they were running each other over. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So this is the actual model number of this thing. I'm gonna unplug it real quick. Okay. YM200. Okay. And if you need me to, I'll send you a link. So this is not original to it. This is, let me put you down real quick. Okay. Put you into the phone holder here. There we go. So all this is a laptop holder. It is metal. It opens and closes. Okay. And it's to put on your desk and to put your laptop in, right? And it's heavy enough where your laptop's not going to fall over. And that's why I liked it. I was like, what can I do that I don't have to make nothing? I don't have to, like, I can just buy it and stick my ring light in there, but it needs to be heavy enough to hold it. So I was like, listen, this works. So all I did was take this laptop holder, bought this ring light. I took everything off of it. What I liked about this particular ring light, it doesn't have to be plugged in. It charges up and it will last for a while, but then you can plug it in to recharge it. Okay. It does have a little bit of a life. And it had the holder already on it. And I just simply stuck it in. I say simply, you got to kind of work with it here. There we go. One size is better than the other. There we go. And I just stuck it in there. Okay. And it does have the lower beam, higher beam. Okay. Okay. pluggable, but it's heavy enough, right? Like I can pick it up and I can turn and maneuver. I can even turn this thing around, right? And be holding it. But I liked it because it set flat on my desk. Okay. I use a high beam. I don't use the antique white. So it's normally that one right there. That just that's an antique white. You don't get enough light for it. Okay. So that is a great light. And again, I would use a mechanic's light, as you can see. Okay. And I can maneuver that, contortion it whichever way I want to. Okay. This is what fits my need. It might not be your thing, right? You might have great lights already in your house where you don't have to have this. For me, I had to be creative and figure something out that worked great for me. So I played with it. And you're more than welcome to copy it, right? I cannot send you a direct link to those um, because I'd be referring you off the website. DM me or I can like create maybe something in my bin. You know what I'm saying? That's the best I can do for you. I can't ever send you off the website. I can't say, hey, listen, go buy this off because then I'll get in trouble. But, or I would. Really, my bin items, I'm glad that you guys buy them. It's just, it's actually work. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making money off those. It's a tool for you guys. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love doing it. There's not an issue whatsoever. Whatnot loves it because they're making their 11%. All right. But it's an encyclopedia of information for you guys. Let me go see what those things cost me. Hold on. Orders. Desk, laptop. So this little laptop holder is 22 bucks. Okay. And then your ring light. And you can get it in three different colors. Um, it's an aluminum dual vertical laptop stand dock. Um, and then the ring light, all the ones I utilize in my background are available. Okay. Let me see about this ring light real quick. Okay. I forget where I actually got that. One second. I'm looking. Give me 1 second. This says, Brock, you have a million ring lights here. Hold on. Again, just DM me or I can put in my bin and you'll have the exact picture and details. Okay. Love for you to buy it from me. Um, if not, you'll know exactly what it is I'm using. Okay. So the stand runs you about 22 bucks. And it's heavy. I will tell you that you throw this thing off a roof. Let's see, ring light. Where is this ring light at? Okay, this is a handheld LED ring light kit with stand, dimmable, 8500K for makeup, phone, camera. Okay, it runs about 20 bucks. So both are gonna run you about 40 bucks if that's in your right. Um, I love it. Okay, I'm just saying it's the two combo is about 40 bucks. So once you make Premier, is it 11% commission? No. So right now your commission is 8% plus 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. Okay. Once you become a premier seller, it drops from 8% down to 7.2%. And then everything else stays the same. So you got 7.2, 2.9, and 30 cents per transaction. So ultimately, you're saving about 0.8%. Again, you do $1 million in sales, 0.8% is quite a bit of money. So is it worth it? Any kind of savings worth to me, you know? You give me $1 to become again, you get the tag of premier seller, you get kind of an extra visibility. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Does it draw people in? Absolutely. So yeah, target, become a premier seller. Why wouldn't you? Giveaway going right now. Get in the giveaway. Any do you recommend buying the thermal printer? No, I don't. Make sure it's going to work for you. Don't invest a ton of money in something you're not for sure about. Okay. Now, if you're for sure and you're going to make this work, invest in the thermal printer that holds 250 labels. It's the cheapest way of doing it. If you're just doing 4 or 5 cells, listen, the ink, your normal printer will work great. You start getting into doing 2 or 300 cells or 100 cells even, thermal printer is where you want to go. Okay. Um, and know if you're at that point, you're only going to grow from there, right? And so, the investment in return, ink cartridges are more than the printers, right? So, and they last how long? Thermal printer last forever. You're just buying the labels. Absolutely. I'll put in my bin, John. Just let me. I'll put it in my bin, okay, and I'll put it in my bin, and it looks just like this. It's a square one, okay. It's not a round one, and I'll try to do that in the morning if that's okay. It'll be available in the morning. Both the stand, the laptop stand. Just make you a little note right now. Laptop stand and square light, okay, and I'll have it there in the morning for you, okay, and it'll arrive. One of them will arrive pretty much next day, and the other one will arrive within 2 days. Okay, 2 to 3 days. Absolutely. Is it tougher or not much change? Listen, you have a full time job. I don't know your situation. Me, I run 2 days a week normally, sometimes one day a week. And I just run a long show, and the rest of the time is mine. So if you have a weekend off or you have a Saturday you can devote to it, that's what I would say. Yeah, just devote a time period. Again, new sellers, I recommend if you're going to do a 4 hour show, uh, devote at least 2 or 3 hours to shipping. Okay. You're still figuring things out. Give yourself that time. Do it the same day or do it within 24 hours. New sellers. Again, you got 48 hours, but I need for you to do it in 24 hours to keep that 1 day shipping on your profile. Absolutely. I hope I helped you, a hole. Listen, listen. I need to go look here. Where are you at? Listen, I'm gonna follow you if I have not, because I love the name. I don't know. You've made one sell. I'm. I don't follow everybody. Okay. Again, I don't follow everybody. I'm almost at 25,000 followers. I unfollowed, I don't know how many thousand, probably 1,500 people at one point in time because I was like you guys in the beginning. I'm just going to follow everybody. And then all these notifications started happening. I'm like, listen, I can't do this anymore. I'm only going to follow the people that are important that I want to watch, because I cannot do all these notifications. And so I'm back up to 500. I was at 300. I'm back up to five now, but I'll keep an eye on you. I want to see what you turn into. I love it. I'm sure. What would you say? Yeah, it is. It's cheaper. I buy bulk. And again, I've sold 40 of them in like 2 or 3 days. And you know, you're absolutely right. Like they're like $30 on another platform. And you know, uh, again, I could charge a lot more, but I don't need to. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to. The knowledge is worth more than the device. Okay. The device is amazing. If you utilize that with the knowledge, that's what it's all about. I'm just these help shows are not about the cells. These help shows are about making you guys successful and understanding the correct way of doing things. I Fay West Designs really pushed me to do this. And the reason I started doing this is because I watched some big sellers and I didn't agree with a lot of what they were saying and a lot of what they were teaching or their dynamics. Again, I know that they were probably trying to help. But again, if you're going to teach and you're going to show and you're going to help, you want to teach and you want to help people in the right way of doing things. Um, if not, you'll damage them, you'll hurt them, they'll go under. And so that's really why I started doing this. Is I love to help, I love to show, and you know, it might help you, it might not, but I like for people to understand that there is a right way and there is a wrong way of doing things. And once you learn how to do it and you do it correctly, you'll be successful. Okay. This is a generational company. One thing I loved about Whatnot and listening to them, their employees, their creator, their designers, you will hear every one of them say this is a generational company. They want for this to be around for a long time. So, and I believe it will be. If you look at the Asian markets, again, they've got 10 years up on Whatnot. They do it in Asia. It's very successful. And, I think that mimicking that type of activity will be very successful, not only for us, but generations to come. So, thank you so much, Bella, for the raid. Bella Bijou. I probably screwed it all up. I'm sorry. This is Shannon. She has a 5.0 rating. She has sold 1.5 thousand items. She has 1.2 thousand followers. Her next show is Saturday, 2:46 p.m. Summer in Bloom, $2 starts, vintage, crystal, and gemstones. Thank you so much. Again, as you go through this and you start doing this, be creative in what you do, right? Somebody raids you, give them a call out. At no point, because I don't know her personally, I don't know what she does, I don't remember if I've been in a show or not. You never heard me say go follow her because I'm not for sure what she does. Now, I'm going to give her the call out because she rated me. I want to tell her thank you. I want to go into her show and say, hey, listen, this is what she's going on, right? If that interests you, go check her out, go see what she's about. But at no point did I tell you, hey, listen, you got to go follow her, right? Now, Lady K comes in. I'm like, listen, go follow her. Once I get to know you and I know more about you, I know your dynamics. Again, I realize my customer base. I have a lot of women. I have a lot of um, religious people. I have a lot of people that they're not into a lot of cussing or screaming or yelling or the pushy vibes. And if I don't know that you do that or don't do that, it's hard for me to tell you to go there, right? And so I don't want to go send you to a room where every other word is the F word, and you're like, listen, Brock, right? So I'm real careful about those dynamics, and you should be too. Know your customer base. Another thing, you guys, know who your customer is and what they want. Know your customer base. Are you targeting teens? Are you targeting working women, working men? Are you targeting um, older women, older men? Know your targets. Know who your customer is. Are you targeting resellers? Are you targeting collectors? Okay. Are you targeting hoarders? Right? Know your customer base. Know what they and who they are. You have a good buyer, treat them like gold. Okay. They've got lots of options. And if they find me, they're going to stick around. Okay. If you don't treat them like gold, I will. And they will come to my shows, not yours. Treat them like gold. Send them something extra. Tell them thank you. You know what I'm saying? Treat your customers like gold. I will. I'm about done this evening. Again, you can always DM me. I'll check yours out. Any other questions you have, holler at me. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to run another giveaway. You'll get something amazing from me. So you don't want to leave. This is Rosie. I love your logo. Simple, easy, 3-color contrast. Curated vintage women's clothing. Okay, what you might do, because you're running two different types of things here. I see that you're doing jewelry, and I also see that you're doing vintage clothing. I might take that picture in your show picture. Let me switch this around. Okay. So, because you are, let me turn this off. So, you're running two different things, right? You've got your vintage clothing show. Okay. If this is women's clothing, I would put vintage women's clothing, the word show. Don't do all those other W's. I would caps it, make it all cap. Okay. Dresses, shirts. What are you trying to sell me? Designer. Okay. I would like to see those words in that title. I would also just to differentiate between the two is I would hang some clothes on that cactus for this show. With this show, I'd put some rhinestones on that cactus or in the picture. Okay. Just to differentiate between the two. Okay. Love your logo. Simple, easy, stands out, Rosie. Congratulations. You understand the concept. Okay. Don't mind this bio either. Simple, easy, not having to read a lot. She's cut out all the crap and the verbiage, down to earth. You know what I'm saying? Shows are amazing. I love your profile picture. 3 colors, simple, easy. You can be very creative. In your profile picture, you might um, make it stand out just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Bring that contrast a little bit brighter for me. But I would definitely not change these. Just add some different characteristics to each one to differentiate between the two types of shows. Designer costume jewelry. Um, Need to add some verbiage there for me and add another category. Add 3 categories. I don't care what it is. If you got modern, if you have sterling, okay, vintage, designer. I will tell you, add a piece of sterling because sterling is high up in the search engines, even if you have one piece. Okay. You guys understand? Do you see what I'm seeing? This is what I'm telling all of you. Simple, easy is sometimes much louder than all the busyness. Okay. Let me grab my own mouse here. Again, I would add some more verbiage here. Designer, vintage, costume, jewelry, antique, um, bangers, or high end, even would be a good word. Okay. Let me see here. We're going to go to your shop. 1960s embroidered vest, Probart medium. Let me see. What words can we add here? I think I would add the word art. 1960s embroidered vest, vintage embroidered vest. Brand name is Probart. It's a medium. Think I would add the word either art or the word loud or the word creative. Okay. Um, Emilio Pucci dress medium. Listen, that's 1960s, right? I believe. Vintage. Is that silk or rayon? I bet you it's silk. Again, I know a lot about textiles. That looks like 60s. I'm not for sure. A lot of her 60s and 80s stuff looks a lot alike and 90s stuff. But if it's silk, I'd put in silk. I would put in designer, Emilio Pucci designer, dress, medium, silk, abstract. Okay. Love it. I absolutely love that. That's actually a really good price too. Some of those do like 300-400 bucks on some of the other platforms. Pictures are great. Okay. Really understand what I'm buying, what price point you're at. You got a little bit of everything. Not all the pictures are identical. Okay. Love that. It's like I'm walking into a store, right? Great backgrounds on this story. Love the contrast there. Listen, you're a very creative person with a very good eye. Okay. So I love that. Um, you're at a medium to higher price range. I would also create a price range affordable to people that can't afford that type of stuff. Not everybody can afford a $95 Emilio Pucci dress. So also include items at a 5, 10, $15 price point. Okay. Add those items in there. You're after any customer. Okay. You're after any kind of activity. So bring in some of that 5, 10, $15 activity as well and price point. And that will draw customers in that might be able to buy some of this more expensive stuff. Okay. Keep your mind open. Um, again, 10, 15, 20% of any transaction profit is great, is how I look at it. Don't have to have a ton of it, but I would definitely have a price point there for those folks as well. Love it. Listen, there's not a whole lot of upsy doozies you need to do. Yeah, yeah. Again, I'm not going to push it too much longer. I've been on for about 5 hours, and so if I don't get yours, it's nothing personal. Um, I try to take care of myself these days, and I have to be real careful or I go down. Okay, so let me see. Royal Rhinus, right? Instead of Royal Highness, it's Royal Rhinus. Deborah, I would take your last name out of there. I get it now. I get it now. Your profile picture. I love the concept. I love the animal. I love rhinos. I hope that you support protecting rhinos, especially the right white rhinos. I don't know if they went extinct. I know they were watching them. Your profile picture, it's a great picture, but you need to play with it. Okay. And I'll show you. This is what we see. Okay, your pictures are great. So don't get me wrong. I love the lipstick. I love the creativeness. Your profile picture, I would probably come in here and play with some of the dynamics. It's kind of an odd picture. Um, like I just want more, if that makes sense. The earrings should be blinging. The crown should be blinging. The lipstick should be blinging. You've got it down here. Okay, up here, it's like I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to create a royal queen princess rhino. Will you play with this just a little bit for me? Give her some eyeshadow, make the eyes maybe green or pink or something, right? That necklace and those jewels need to be popping, girl. They need to be punching me in the face. Okay. When I look at the queen and she's got her crown on, like Gina, right? Okay. That's what I want you to do with that profile picture. Again, your profile verbiage, edit it on your phone. You need to get rid of all the verbiage. Points, bullet point it, layer that cake, just like I have. Layer the cake, add in some colorful rhinos or animals or zoo, create that playfulness in that profile. Okay. Friday at 10 p.m. Think that's a great time for you. Love that. Even Friday at 11. Okay. Late at night on Friday nights, mamas can't sleep. QVC has proven this to each and every one of you. And I will say it every stinking show. If you are in the jewelry category, mamas and women and grandmas, QVC has said, listen, when are they not busy? When are they not cooking, cleaning, going to work, taking care of the kids, picking up groceries? Like you women, y'all like y'all do it. You know what I'm saying? I know that. I have an amazing wife and I am so appreciative because she runs circles around me. Okay. I'm ready for a woman president. With your pictures or with your light or early morning shows, you guys, QVC said, listen, when are they not so busy that they'll sit down and take a moment and turn on the TV and we get to show them all our beautiful jewels, all of her cool products for women. They did it in the middle of the night. Okay. They did it in the middle of the night. Think about that. Somebody's already proved it to you. They've been around for 40, 50, 60 years. Okay. Friday night vintage to modern brooches and jewelry. I mean, right to the point. I know exactly what I'm getting into. Your rhino's wearing all the jewels, baby. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then, listen to me, Royal. Deborah, listen to me. Every now and then, I'd like to see a real picture. Okay. I'm walking into a room with all these rhinos. Every now and then, if I put your picture up against a picture of actually real items in a show, Weiss, Juliana, um, costume jewelry, Chanel, Gucci, Prada, Hermes, the actual jewelry, I will choose that picture over a chat GBT picture any day of the week. Okay. Put it in front of an audience. That's what they will choose. That real picture. Am I saying these are bad? Absolutely not. I'm saying use them, but don't be in every show use them. I want to see real. I want to see authentic. It touches me. It pulls me in. It's like, listen, I see the beautiful jewels, the actual item she has. I want to walk into her show, right? So play with those dynamics, okay? Don't make every one of them a chat GPT. Okay. Mama's quiet time. That's right. Mama's got the credit card. Like, listen, I do all this crap for you guys. I'm gonna treat myself. Here we go. Get me, get me the Discover, baby. Here we go. Christmas for Mama. Middle of the night. We'll worry about it when the credit card comes in. Listen to me. Cold drink. Okay. Cold drink. Comfortable chair. You have an office chair, it's great and comfy. Listen, you see mine behind me. I put a blanket in it. Okay. Gives me a little extra cushion. Not that I need it, right? Create that comfortable atmosphere. Go to somewhere where you can close off all the noise, where you can focus on your show. Anxiety is an issue for you, bring somebody else in the room where you can have that conversation. I love going in a room when a man and a woman are sitting in there and it's real. Like it's not fake at all. I love that. You know what I'm saying? Like people enjoy not only buying things from you, but being part of you, being part of a conversation, being part of activity. And for a lot of us, we don't get out in the real world a whole lot. I'm not a big concert person. I don't like going to lots of places. I go to a restaurant. I sit closest to the door where I can see people coming and going. Like there's reasons, right? And so for me, I'm not a big, I did it for an auction company for a long time. I was in front of large crowds. It for me though, there's another dynamic where like when I go to eat or I go somewhere, I'm always very so in stating that create an atmosphere that is comfortable to you. Okay. Get people you know and you trust, friends, family, husbands, spouses, kids in a room because that brings that level of discomfort down. Okay. And as you get going, you get used to it and you're like, listen, I love this. Okay. Comfortable chair, nice lighting, quality items at a quality price. Okay. Buy right. If I come into your show and everything is 45, $50 and there's no deal there, I'm gone. You'll lose me. Will I be back? I don't know. You'll randomly catch me, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Capture those customers. Giveaways are huge. A lot of you do buyer giveaways. I don't do any buyer giveaways. None. Think I've done three, maybe four in a year and a half. I do follower giveaways. You enter my room, I capture you by giving you great things in a giveaway, and you know it, right? You're going to follow me because listen, Brock gives great follower giveaways. I've captured my audience. I've captured that follower. 9 out of 10 times, they're not going to unfollow me. Okay. They wanted my giveaways. They have organically entered my room. Okay. At some point, you will also get to a point where I'm not paying to promote. I think I've paid for a promotion twice in the last 6 months. And it's just because I wanted to really compliment or represent a consignment really well. So that's the only reason I did it. So as you grow and you get really big, it's not necessarily you have to put out all these promotions or pay for all this. In the beginning, yeah, you kind of need to. But again, organically, people come in my room and I capture them, and that's what I'm trying to do. I don't want to go in and capture people that are just givey goblins. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of you guys go in these big sellers' room and you're like, listen, here's $50, call me out. I'm doing a giveaway. All you've done is captured a givey goblin. They didn't organically follow you. 9 out of 10 times, those folks don't give a crap what you're selling. They're not going to buy anything from you. They just want to come in and win that giveaway and leave. Okay. Invest that money in yourself, please. Okay. You guys, it's been an amazing evening. One more giveaway this evening. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. This is the best part of my show. I know you've been listening to me for a long time. Last giveaway for the evening. Yeah. Real sec. Real quick. Last one. Last one. Last one. Nikki, you need to cut down your profile information. Your profile picture, you need to really make that contrast. I don't have any problem with what is going on there. I absolutely love that. Okay. But I need for you to brighten it up and really make it pop. Okay. Really make it pop. If you're selling baby clothes and that's your profile picture, is you're holding up uh, like a baby piece of clothing, really make that stand out if that's who you are and what you're about. Okay. Um, Road to 1,000 Sales, Costume and Vintage and Beautiful Jewelry. Again, I would change that title. You've got these little arrow things up. It's not helping your search. So I'd rather you get rid of those and just put costume vintage jewelry. And then if you want to add the word beautiful after that, that's fine. Um, Again, People are supportive and they want to get to your 1,000 cells, but they're more interested in what you're offering than you reaching your goal. Okay. That's great. You probably have a great following, people that love you and enjoy you. Again, you've put that in your picture. You don't necessarily need to use that verbiage in your title. That title needs to be the items you're offering for sale. When you go up to search whatnot, that is how they're finding you. Okay. They're not putting in there road to 1,000 cells. They're putting in the word costume, vintage, jewelry, sterling, silver, Weiss, Juliana, Miriam Haskell. That's what they're putting. Rhinestone. Okay. So with these titles, you guys, again, it's great that you did it in your picture. I'm all for that. I think that's just fine. Your titles need to be descriptors and finder words. Okay. You're not a big dog. When you get to be a big dog, you can put in there dog farts. I don't care what you put in there because you have a following. No matter when you start, you're going to have 100 people in your show, or 60 or 30 or 20, whatever, right? But for right now, you're trying to gain as many new customers as possible. Those titles matter. Throw all the verbiage, edit your profile information as far as up there, throw it all to the left, add you in some colorful emojis. Okay. Layer the cake, shop. You don't have anything in your shop. You got to get some items in your shop, all different price points. Okay. Get some items in your shop, bin items. Okay. Bundle deals, costume jewelry, whatever it is, get some items in your shop. 1 day shipping, sold about 800 items. You're doing great. You're on a great path. Just a couple hints. Okay. That profile picture, I need for it to pop me in the eye. Okay. Thank you so much for the raid. If you're just coming in, get into that giveaway. Who raided me? I'm sorry if I missed your raid. I was looking at something. Bill underscore Emmanuel. Thank you so much for your raid train, or for your raid, excuse me. Um, Consignment shop sold about 6,000 items. They ship really fast. They have over 4,000 followers. They have a beautiful Judith Leaper waving lucky cat clutch. And their next show, you got to have some more shows for me. You need to have two shows scheduled at all times, even if you have to edit the date and times. Always, always, always have two shows scheduled. I'd rather you have about 10 or 15 or 20, but at least two. Okay. Thank you so much for your raid. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $5 tip. Again, I do this for free. I love you. I appreciate you. I thank you so much for the tip. It goes to Momo Treats. Don't ever feel like you need to do that. I'd much rather you just buy something from me that you're going to use. Okay. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, thank you. Again, I love God. I love the United States of America. I support Star 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline, 24-hourly manned. We lose over 21 soldiers a day to suicide, along with hundreds of other people. Um, you matter. You are created with purpose. No matter what your religion is or what you believe in, you have purpose till the end of your life. Find it, be helpful, be thankful, be kind, support our veterans. Lots of families out there right now that are just single moms or dads, and their loved ones are overseas serving us and protecting us. No matter what your political stances in this world, there have been millions of people that have died for these freedoms. Respect them, love them, and support them. If you're a policeman, you're a fireman, you're a nurse, you're a doctor, you serve this community, we thank you. You go to work every day to help, to save, and to change the world. And we are very grateful. Teachers, I love you, teachers. You guys put up with so much crap these days. Thank you. Thank you for teaching our kids. Thank you for loving on our kids. We appreciate all those things. And again, we as a nation are the best nation in the world, not because of who runs it, but because who owns it. And that's me and you. We own this nation. It is our nation. We have a voice. We can change things. We can make things. Um, and I respect each and every one of you. Again, no matter what your politics, what your religion is, what your sexual orientation is, what color you are, we live in the United States of America, and we love one another. And we can be kinder, we can be gentler, and we can all make a difference. God is good, and God is good all the time, no matter what's going on. Um, I thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you have learned something this evening. God is good. God is great. You guys have an amazing evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And God bless America, and God bless our troops.